This event is far out, you feel me? We're keeping it real as we welcome you back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable 90s Rewind event.
Get an inside look at the service drive process and the walk around with Mikey B and Ted Ings.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We are in for a special treat. Mike Bauer is with us. Mikey B, corporate trainer extraordinaire from BG Products. I have waited a long time to be able to share the stage with this gentleman. Mike, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. Appreciate being on your show.
Mike, we're very grateful to BG Products for all that you do for the industry and to help share the message of what BG does. And Mike, I have been an admirer of Mikey B from afar, okay? I really enjoy the work that you are doing out in the field. You've taken this whole idea of fixed ops, in particular service training, with what you do at BG University, training the distributors, getting everybody on the same page, doing it right. You've got an awesome responsibility. I understand somewhere around 800 people in the field between the distributors at BG. Mike, you've got a lot going on. And again, welcome to it's great to finally meet you.
Thank you, Ted. And it really is an honor to meet you. I've heard so much about it at senior shows. And it was like I was telling you, Andy Baldessari came up to me last week while we were teaching BGU, and he goes, "Hey, would you want to be on Ted Ings?" I'm like, yes, so I'm truly honored to be here. And thank you so much for the accolades, Ted. One of the things that I tell every new rep that we train, we have an important position. And what we do is we change people's lives. And that's a huge responsibility. So that's what we do. And thank you. I appreciate that.
And, going back 15, 20 years ago, there was a lot of resistance to training in service. Typically the front end gets all that training, Mike. The sales people get all the presentation training. We've got to work with sales. And to spend that kind of time with the service advisor, who, by the way, is exposed to more people than anybody in the dealership, except maybe the cashier and the phone operator. Mike, that was unheard of to spend that kind of time, let alone, teaching them how to walk around the car with the customer.
Oh, you're 1,000% correct, which is frustrating because, you and I started 40 plus years ago. And, the fixed side of the business, we were the poor redheaded stepchild. Yeah. All that money was coming from the variable side. And so in all of I don't want to say all, the majority of the GMs today are all variable trained.
Yes.
They don't know anything about the fixed side. And yet, your fixed side is most important. The most important sales team are your advisors who don't get any training. This is ludicrous. And yet we expect the advisor to create that retention. So how does an advisor do that that's never been trained? I never got the book that said how to be a service advisor 101. Nobody got that book, and they still don't get the book. So thank God they're finally letting us in.
And Mike, you've made the training interactive there at BG. I noticed that. I couldn't help but notice that, watching a lot of the training videos, the commercials that BG has through the events. I really admired, you mentioned Andy's name a little while ago. He gave us a set of the objection volley. There was an objection volleyball and a BG service volleyball. Right. And he explained how they go together. And I've seen you on video, not in person yet, but in class, working with the teams and tossing the ball and showing them how to interact. Mike, that's very innovative and very, very creative, to get training across.
Oh, I'll tell you, Andy Baldessari, I got to give a shout out to my brother. His team has just taken our training to a completely different level. It's the outside thinking. But, the core of it is selling with confidence. And if advisors don't have confidence, they're not going to talk. So we need to get them to be confident and then learn how to talk to the customer as if it was their best friend, their family. So the white ball, which is all the objections, it's against OEM. I don't have enough money. It's I got to get out of here. Do I really need that? But the black ball is all of the services. And when I use it in the field, I got to make sure that my brothers and sisters out there are doing what they need to do. So when I throw the service ball, the things that I ask, number one, tell me what the service is. Tell me features and benefits. What is it? Number two, tell me the service interval. Because, Ted, that's where they get hung up. Because you got the OEM saying, we'll change the fluid at 100,000 miles, but your factory warranty is only 560. Now, Ted, I got to tell you, I went to school. I graduated from UB, as you and I talked about. My one subject I was never good in was math. So somebody please explain to me how that works. Don't change it for 100, but we're only going to warranty the system for 50. So they're confused about service mile intervals. So we talk about that. And then the big question, how much is the service? Because if they don't know the price, they're not going to talk about it. So those objection balls, hands down, one of the best things we've had. And it works beautiful.
Mike, in our industry, I've heard a lot of times over the years, including today, where do I greet a service customer? And you and I have worked in dealership for many years. You and I know the fast pace of the drive. The employees work every day in the dealership, but a customer is only in there every so often, maybe once, twice, 3 times a year. And I want to talk to you today about the importance of being able to start the process off with the customer and taking a good look at their car, and why that's so important for the service advisors in our industry to be able to do that.
We've only got a short amount of time, but we literally can talk about this for hours.
Yeah.
I think it is the most important thing. I mean, we know in any business, it's about the relationship. It's building credibility and trust. And you don't find those two words in the auto business. You really don't, because customers don't trust us. In any facet of the dealership, they don't. Ted, as an advisor, we're like the dentist. We're the person that they don't want to come and see because I'm going to cause you pain and I'm going to take your money. But yet they got to come in. It's kind of that love-hate relationship. But the customer is scared when they come in. Our job as the advisor is to immediately get them to calm down, create the relationship. How do we do that? You got to greet them at the car. Once a customer leaves the car, now, I don't know about you, but I think it's safe to say that all these dealerships today, they're built like mansions. Yeah. They're intimidating to walk in. I walk into dealerships, and even though they think their signage is good, I have no clue where I'm going. And how long do we stand there before somebody even acknowledges our presence?
Right.
It is horrible. I told my wife, we went out to a restaurant, waited, and she said, should we go get somebody? I said, I think I know what happened. She goes, what? I think we died. She goes, what? Well, they can't see us. So something happened from our house to the restaurant because the mortals can't see us. And that's what customers feel like when they come in the service drive. Advisors are not acknowledging the customer. I get it. They're busy. I've been there. But the thing of it is, how many times when we walk in a service department do we see this?
Mm-hmm.
But we don't see this. So they need to establish control immediately by greeting the customer at the drive. Now, nothing's perfect. So when I teach this, I go, okay, You go on a seminar, they say everything's perfect. You go out there and all of a sudden something different happens and now you don't know what to do. So how do you handle the customer that gets out of the car? Because that's the way we train them now. Get out of your car. And now they come to the desk. So we also train them. This is how you get the customer back to the car.
Yes.
So it starts a relationship in their house. The customer feels the safest in their car, not at your desk. So get them back to their safe place.
Yes. And if the customer has an appointment, okay, to perhaps acknowledge that primary concern early, okay, and that we know why they're coming in. Ask for additional information as well, and start the process really, at that door, at the driver's door, because that's the best tool we've got, Mike, to sell service and to look at their needs, because the next person to look at is going to be the tech, okay, hopefully.
Yep.
But to look at the vehicle with the customer and see what's changed since they were last year. And like you said, to build the trust and rapport. I know in Buffalo, right about now, golf clubs are starting to come out, or they will pretty soon. But you see all those rapport builders at the vehicle, child seats and things like that as well.
Right. Exactly right. The car is the car that's going to throw the driver under the bus, because the driver isn't going to tell us, but the car is going to scream at us, and it does. It happens at the car. First of all, how do we even do a proper introduction? Right. They don't do it. The way we hear advisors today, is anybody helping you? Do you have an appointment? What are you coming in for? They do a proper introduction at a restaurant. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Mikey B. I'll be your server this evening. Can I start anybody out with cocktails or an appetizer? Even a server in a restaurant does a better greeting than the advisors. But you can't blame the advisor, Ted. They were never trained. I don't know about you, but when I went to church, whoever the pastor was, after the band was playing, you got all jazzed up. The pastor comes out and says, turn around and greet your neighbor. Well, it didn't sound like this. Hi, you got an appointment with Jesus? Are you here for a baptism? What are you coming in for? No, you turned around and you said, how you doing? I'm Mikey B. What's your name? What happened? So we got to teach the advisor to walk up and say, good morning. My name is Mikey B. I'll be your server this morning. What's your name? Boom, we're on a first name basis. But we got to start with a proper greeting.
Yeah. Mike, so important in our industry. And by the way, that sets the pace for the whole visit, okay? Because a little thing like that is a huge thing. It's going to set the stage for things that come up along the way. Getting permission to step inside the vehicle, getting the mileage. I used to pronounce the mileage in front of the customer, because this way they know that I know the mileage. And then, of course, back when I was using a paper menu, and some dealerships do, you've got some great tools at BG for the menu. But when I pronounce the mileage, what do they look at? They look at the menu. They see what's due next, okay? And to look inspect for valuables.
Yeah, they sell themselves. And Ted, that is so true. They ask me questions. Well, Mikey, you like to have the customer get the mileage, but I don't care. As long as you get customer involvement, that you're not leaving them up at the desk while you're out there. Because I've done this, Ted, in my training. I put up a clock and I said, I want you to stare at that. Don't talk, don't move for 2 minutes. Oh my God, Ted, you thought I punished them. I go, you just experienced what a customer goes through when you tell them, stand there and do another while I go get your information. No, you got to get them involved. Keep them active. They're mentally and physically stimulated. Now they're not paying attention at time. Now, you and I discussed earlier, is it every customer every time? No. There are times that this is not called for. You got somebody in a walker that's 90 years old. You're not going to get them out to the car. It'll take them half an hour to walk back out there. So there are, the customer coming in for a third recheck. Oh, God, no. Sure, go ahead and do that. Let me know how that works out for you. But we're just speaking in generality terms. Get the customer involved. Find the primary concern. Don't take it for granted that nothing has changed. Their driving habits may have changed. So ask the question, Ted, has anything changed since your last visit? Oh, yeah, I got the dream job, but now I got to drive an hour and a half instead of 15 minutes. Okay, their driving habits have changed. Advisors, they're like the detective. They got to find out what the customer is not saying. But we're not selling at the car unless it's broken, okay? We're educating at the car because the customer knows the minute you go to my desk and I pull up the computer and I turn the monitor, customer's going, yep, here we go. This is when the game starts. But I need to educate at the car and then verify it when I'm checking history because I'm just playing good cop, bad cop. And yeah, we all know the minute it goes to the deck, bad things happen. So, we got to stop it. The old way of doing it does not work today.
Mike, you are so refreshing. We're speaking to Mike Bauer, everybody. Mikey B, the corporate trainer extraordinaire at BG Products, talking a little bit about the service walk-around process, why to do it, why to involve the customer, why the service advisor needs to have a formalized game plan and greeting each and every time. And Mike, you mentioned there are going to be exceptions, but those are exactly that. They're exceptions. They're not the rule. It's when that exception becomes the rule and every customer, we didn't show it to this one or that one, because service advisors, if you give them an inch, they will take a little bit more than that.
Oh, that is so true. But you're right. You know what it is, Ted? It's a process. When I was a fixed ops director, I'm going to pat myself on the back. Ooh, that hurt. I was very successful because I had mentors that taught me processes. And today, there are no processes. So if you don't have a process, you don't have consistency. The only consistency they have is not being consistent. So managers today need to create the process. I get it. The excuse we get is, well, we're too busy. We don't have time. Yeah, we know we should do it. Stop with the excuses. At some point, you got to move the couch. Look, I was an advisor, one of three back in the 80s. We're writing 120 cars a day. So don't talk to me about being busy. I got it. And when they came in, said, we got to do the dog and pony show, I was right there to say, I am not doing it. I don't have time. Dealer principal said, we love you, but if you don't do it, we'll find somebody else. So I'm like, oh, God, I got to do this.
Got to do it now. Yeah.
It opened my eyes. Within 2 weeks, I'm like, why haven't I been doing this before? Did I write less tickets? Yes, I did. But my dollars per hour went up. My hours per hour went up. Obviously, they're related. The number of phone calls I had to make to upsell went down. I had more on the ticket, legitimate, selling honorably and ethically at the time of write-up. I do not need a technician to help me sell preventive maintenance. I need a tech to tell me what's broken, okay? You got the car there. You got the customer there. You got history there. Everything you need to sell honorably and ethically is happening right now. The customer knows the phone call's coming, So can you tell I'm a little passionate about this?
Amen. Mike, love it. Love everything you and by the way, look at the tires with the customer, all 4 tires. Mike, how many times have you looked at the tire, starting, let's say, whether it's the left front tire? I've done this with my own vehicle in walk around, and I look and there's a nail in my tire, my own vehicle, and I'm showing it to advisors, and there's a screw or a nail. And these are things you wouldn't have seen if you're at the desk, with no visual, with no car, and no show and tell for the customer. And there's so much that comes up when you look at the car.
Ted, I got to tell you this. Right before BG University, so it was about 3 weeks ago, I'm in Nebraska, and I'm teaching the walk-around process with advisors on the service drive. Chevy service drive. So, we got my rental. And I told the advisors, I know you're still on the job. So if you got to go answer the phone, take care of the customer, that's priority. Sure enough, car comes in. Advisor says, Mikey, I had to go. Fine. Car gets pulled right next to us. And, I always tell them, turn the tires. Because if the tires are straight, you're never going to see the tread. Or if there's steel coming through on the inside. So I turn the tires. So I kind of glanced over and I went, oh my God, come here. So the customer that just came in turned the tires. The tires were bald. All 4 tires. The mileage, Chevy Trailblazer, was 36,711 miles. Now, you explain to me why all these tires are shot. Well, I know the OEM is not putting the premium tires. We get that. So I asked the advisor, I said, pull up history. I said, what are you looking for? Well, I want to make sure this customer's been here and not going anywhere else. But I want to see the history on tire maintenance. We found 1 rotate and balance at 14,005. And I told the advisors, this is your mom's car. Would you do that to your mom's car? That customer spent $1,200 that day. Tires, alignment, bound and balance. Sure, I want the $1,200, but Ted, we get more money out of maintenance. We're selling peace of mind. There's your retention. And how many dealers today are on the OEM royalty program? So the way they can get there is by selling tires. If you sell tires, you've just taken care of your parts loyalty program. So, dude, you got to sell them on the drive. You ain't selling them over phone because every customer's got a guy. Oh, I got a guy. Well, I'm your guy.
Same day selling, Mike. Same day in the drive. Mike, talk to us a little bit about some of the BG tools that you've got available. Years ago, we didn't have tools like Smart VMA, but now you can complement the walk around. You can complement that whole thing by having the Smart VMA in place. I think it's the most effective thing I've ever seen. I have so many people who ask, who's got something? BG has that. Talk to us about some of the tools that can help take the walk around up to another level entirely.
Well, first of all, they need a process. So we have the process, which we'll get into in a little bit. But menuing takes the selling out of the advisor's hands. Okay. It's another process. I always tell every dealer, and Ted, when I do my advisor seminars, I want the manager to be there because why would you send your kids to a stranger's class? The manager needs to be there because when they leave, they need to continue with accountability. And the GM, who else I want in there? I want the F&I person in there. I want somebody from the front end because that's where it starts. Yeah, and right. If F&I just dropped a hint about maintenance, well, we wouldn't get our head bashed in on our CSI in the first visit. Because that's, how many times have we heard this? That's not what my salesman told me. And I want to go, who was it? Who told you that? Because there is no consistency from front end to back end. So those are the people who want a class. But I tell them, if you don't have a menu, get a menu. This is not up for discussion. Right. Hey, you need a menu because it keeps all the advisors on track, whether it's paper, whether it's digital, okay? But the thing of it is, you could have 4 advisors. You and I could call in as secret shoppers. We could ask, how much is the 30K and what do you do? All 4 advisors would give us their version. And it'd all be correct, but it's inconsistent, which is what we were saying before. The only consistency that we see in the service department is inconsistency, okay? Because they don't have a process. But the menu will keep everybody on the same page. Now let's take it to another level. Now they get a BDC department. We get the same complaints. Well, that's not what they told me over the phone. Oh my God. Look, we all need a menu. Okay. Now, Smart VMA, I love it because as an ex-service manager and ex-fixed ops director, Look, I got the OEM breathing down my neck. You can't do flushes. You can't do supplemental services. Well, look at Smart VMA is VIN specific, which is why a lot of OEs like it, because I'm not just pulling a menu out of my butt. It is VIN specific to that vehicle and also to the customer. So once we do the walk around, we're able to pull up Smart VMA. We can pull up the VIN. We can go into history, everything we need. But we also, because it's not written in stone, we can select or deselect and implement. So now we can tailor it based on the customer's driving habits and conditions. We don't want to do anything the customer does not want, because if you do that, you're just like everybody else, and then your retention and profitability goes out the window. Ted, people will spend more money on whom they like and whom they trust. So when I hear it's too expensive, I go, you know what? I can't talk to you, because we all knowingly have spent more money on something or with someone, knowing full well we could have got it cheaper, but we did it anyway because it felt right. Yeah. It's not rocket science.
Everybody, Mike Bauer, Mikey B, corporate trainer at BG Products, is with us. I feel you and I could go on here for quite a long time. Okay. But I think we've given everybody a great taste. I've waited a long time to have you on the roundtable, Mike. Fantastic. You do not disappoint at all. If our audience is not using BG Products, you've got a local distributor network that's second to none. What's the best way for our audience to reach out? I know you've got the website scrolling at the bottom of the page there, but if they want to take the next step and learn more about what BG can help do for their dealership, how do they go about doing that if they don't know already?
Great question. Just go to bgprod.com, and there's this tab on there that says find a distributor. All you got to do is put in your zip code, and it'll pull up your local distributor. Yeah, that's the easiest way. But we've got an army of people, which is, Ted, that's one of the reasons why General Motors came on board, other than the fact of tearing apart our fuel products for 5 years and coming back going, yeah, this is the real deal. But they couldn't implement it. But they realized we got an army. So they're not going to be dealing with one rep. They're going to be dealing with the entire sales team from that distributor. So, and not only that, but they got everybody at corporate. So that dealer is getting everybody. They're getting the entire family. Ted, before we go, there is one thing, actually two things I'm going to touch on real quick. Under the hood inspection, we get a lot of kickback from that. I have a lot of fun in my training, as we did here, but there are times I get very serious. And this is one of them. This is not an option. They have to pop the hood. Very quick story. As a young advisor, I had an old customer of mine come in late at night, which she never did. When she came in, I knew there was a problem. She had a tail lamp out. And I went, oh, thank God, that's it. I can take care of it. But we were in such a habit of popping the hoods, I had to start to pop the hood. And I'm thinking, well, I got to put in a tail lamp. I don't need to get under the hood. By the grace of God, thank God I did that. I opened the hood and there was coolant squirting out the upper hose. Ted, as I tell you, I don't know if you can see that. 35 years ago, I still get the chills. An 80-year-old woman, had I not popped that hood, she'd have gotten stranded. It was 115 degrees that day in LA on the 405 freeway where, O.J. Simpson ran in the Bronco. Nobody would have stopped. Traffic's not moving. Her air conditioning wouldn't have worked. Ted, I'm afraid that could have turned into a fatal situation. From that day forward, I opened every hood. And you're either going to smell a coolant smell, a fuel smell, or an oil smell. Because if they do not open that hood and the car gets parked out in the lot, it's going to air out. Yeah. And then the tech's going to bring it in. The tech isn't going to smell it. We talk about overselling, underselling. overselling is gouging. We should never do it. But how much underselling are we doing, leaving money on the table? But it's legitimate money because we're cutting corners. You know, thank God for that lesson. So, Ted, when I'm training, that is not an option. I don't care if you don't do anything else. Greet the customer at the car, pop the hood, do the walk around, and if that's all you can do, you did more than what you were doing. The other thing is, the biggest objection is, we don't have time. Here's your solution. I understand. Get a greeter. Get a greeter. Your advisor's job is to sell time. I hear all the time they don't have time to sell. They're too busy. Zig Ziglar said it. If you keep doing what you're doing, you're going to keep getting what you're getting. And that's insanity waiting for things to change. Get a greeter. I hired a waiter, beautiful. Her name was Jenny, at a restaurant. I said, just please be my greeter. Do what you do. I don't care you know anything about a car. It bought time for my advisors so they could spend more time with their customers. But you know what it did, Ted? My first greeter, Jenny became, without me realizing it was not my intentions, she became the advisor in training. Because the minute I lost an advisor, I had to leave my office to go work the advisor's desk. So
right.
So we put Jenny in there, and Jenny was awesome. Ted, out of 6 of my stores, within a year and a half, she became my #1 advisor because all she did was take care of the customer. Famous quote by Theodore Roosevelt: people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. That is such a strong statement. Customer service today is horrible.
Everybody, Mike Bauer from BG Products, best in the business, speaks with passion. The walk around is such an important part of the process, everybody. Reach out to BG for more information. Mike Bauer is active on social media. You'll see him all over the Fixed Ops Roundtable here in our commercials in between the breaks. Mike, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, thank you so much for all you do for our industry.
Thank you so much, Ted. Thanks for having me on. This has been a real pleasure. Thanks. Take care.
Mike Bauer, everybody, from BG Products, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
The Fixed Ops Roundtable Certified Program is designed to help preferred dealers and partners with powerful tools, resources, and marketing to achieve even greater success and help grow revenue. We invite you to learn more today at fixedopsroundtablecertified.com.
Service drive acquisition begins with the appraisal. Let's learn more from Cox Automotive.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Micah Tindor is with us with Cox Automotive. We would like to have a conversation on how Fixed can support the accuracy of appraisals in the variable ops department on mechanical condition and proactively create service revenue. Nobody better than Micah Tindor. Micah, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted. Delighted to be with you again and the full Fixed Ops listener family.
I'm thinking to a lot of the conversation that we're hearing at the Fixed Ops Roundtable, Micah, on how everything in the reconditioning process really begins with the appraisal. Our industry has finally figured that out. And you, my friend, are at the center of that at KBB, Instant Cash Offer.
Yeah, what I think is really interesting in the market, Ted, you're talking about that trend there of everyone starting to focus on the appraisal. They really are, and I think what's driving it is the margin compression that we're starting to see coming out of those post-COVID highs. Obviously, during the COVID era when there was low new car supply, and there was plenty of demand, you could sell a car for anything, and there's tons of margin to be had. But as we're seeing a little bit of margin compression now, everyone's looking for what opportunities exist to protect margin. And appraisal, and particularly the reconditioning section of the appraisal, is where margin is either won or lost in the dealer world. Obviously now with technology, the acquisition side of where you price a vehicle is pretty much controlled by the market. The average consumer is 2.6 cash offers by the time they come to a dealership. So you can't price it super low. The retail side to sell, that's completely controlled by the market as everyone's searching online. So margin really now comes down to what can you do with appraisal? How accurate are you with reconditioning, and what sort of pack and additional elements you have in there? So the main control element in margin now is all about reconditioning. So that's why I think everyone's starting to focus on reconditioning as part of the appraisal.
Micah, we were all heroes just a couple of years ago. We could take cars in and take them to the auction, wholesale vehicles, and there were dealers making, as you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars. You're not supposed to make any money at the auction on wholesale, on auction vehicles. So it was hard to do wrong and real easy, to enjoy those good days. But you're right, that's all changed. There's compression in pricing. We're seeing that all throughout the industry. A lot of focus on that, and I think we're squarely in the middle of it here with the vehicle appraisal, because that really accounts for so much what the dealership ends up doing at the end of the day, and doing it right. So I'm excited to talk to you today about that, and maybe some ideas and best practices, things that you're seeing at Cox Automotive that our roundtable members at the dealership level need to be aware of.
One of the interesting things that we're seeing right now, Ted, is how accurate are dealers at appraisal, and when they miss, what's that hit look like? And more what we're seeing is that when a dealer does miss an appraisal item, it tends to be on the mechanical side. And when it's on the mechanical side, it tends to be pretty expensive from a miss. And one of the things that's really interesting is you talk about looking like a hero. I think there's an opportunity here for the fixed department to look like a hero, helping the variable side protect a little margin as they go through an appraisal. And I think it's fairly simple, where you could provide the used car manager or the appraiser with an OBD2 dongle that they can plug in and get out engine fault codes. Provide somebody on the fixed side that they can send those codes to, let them return the parts, the labor hours, and then the used car department can adjust. And now you have a super accurate mechanical representation. If the vehicle is acquired, it also means the fixed side now knows exactly what needs to be done, exactly how many hours, and they can proactively schedule that parts purchase and proactively schedule that lift time, driving a little more revenue. But it's an interesting opportunity. You talk about that hero time that existed during COVID. I think right now is the fixed ops hero time, and it's an option for them to be the hero on the variable side as well.
And Micah, I love what you just said, because fixed ops can now be aware of what's coming in quicker, the needs. There's no guessing. We haven't seen the vehicle yet. It's out parked in the back of the lot. We've already taken a look at it. So this is going to need to have a little bit of coordination, I think, at the dealership level, if you agree, in terms of getting fixed involved earlier. Who's going to be involved? Who's going to be maybe the go-to person or persons that the sales department will be able to go to on the fixed side?
You're absolutely right, Ted. This isn't a super hard thing to do. It's just more of a scheduling exercise and a change management exercise. But you're right. What's really important on the fixed side is that you identify who can help the variable department in that effort. And it doesn't have to be someone that actually knows all the codes. It doesn't have to be someone that when a P0107 code comes in, they know that it's a pressure manifold sensor and it's $150 for the part and $50 for the labor. But what you need is somebody who has the ability to take that code and look up what the part is going to be and look up what the labor hours is going to be and return that to the dealership. And really the process, there's really two things that need to be agreed upon between fixed and variable. One is, what is the timeline in which fixed needs to reply to that variable request to identify mechanical conditions on a vehicle? And there's two areas you need to look. One is if it's a new or used appraisal, and then two, if it's a trade-in or cash purchase. The new car purchase and the used car purchase at a lot of dealerships has a different timeline in which the consumer's in the dealership. And if the average consumer's there already 2.5 hours, you certainly can't let this appraisal damage assessment process take a full hour. So you need to make sure you tailor the time to match the used and new balance. And then there's a big difference in the customer timeline on a trade-in, on a new vehicle purchase or used vehicle purchase versus a customer looking to just sell for cash. So there needs to be a little bit of a quicker turn time on the mechanical assessment if it's cash. But overall, it's pretty easy. Have someone that the data can be sent to, send it in a way that's trackable, and then a timeline in which they respond. They look up the codes, send back the damage, the parts adjustment, and what the labor rate's going to be.
Your timing is impeccable because some of the better fixed ops dealers around the nation are saying right now, we have to help out the variable department. We have some tools and we want to get involved because that very much has a lot to do with units in operation and what I'm going to be working on in terms of maintenance and repairs, soon and long after down the road. Tell me more about people, personnel. Would it be a service advisor, service writer who would receive the codes? How are you typically seeing that? It may not be the same at every dealership, but who would be the go-to person? Of course, set properly through management in setting this up right.
What we see a lot of times is that it starts with a service manager in a pilot phase, and then quickly it transitions to a service writer from a responsibility perspective. But as you're figuring out, does this work for my dealership? Does it drive extra margin for variable? And does it give me better control of my schedule on the fixed side, knowing that these vehicles are coming and be able to proactively schedule service time? A lot of times we want to start with someone with a little bit higher level of experience in the industry who might automatically know some of those engine codes so they can just trigger back a response really quick. And someone who has a little bit of the ability to decide, is this beneficial for the group that I'm in? So a lot of times it's starting with the service manager and then flips down to the service writer once they build out the processes and it's more of a muscle memory play.
And that person or persons can then proactively follow the transaction and then begin scheduling service, knowing the mechanical repairs or what's been identified during that appraisal process.
Absolutely. And we all know that the age-old fight between fixed and variable ops is fixed needs to preference some consumer work a lot of times. You can't have your CR scores tanking because Mike was waiting for 3 days. But of course, variable wants those used cars pushed through because turn time's the utmost importance to the variable ops side. And what I think is really interesting about this is if you're proactively identifying those mechanical conditions at point of appraisal, you on the fixed side know exactly what needs to be done, as you mentioned earlier. So all that remains then in that cycle of the used car manager or the appraiser sends me the codes, I send the codes back, is one more final trigger. As soon as they book the deal or bring it into inventory, a second note needs to be sent to me as a service writer, service manager, telling me the vehicle's been acquired. That is my trigger now to start booking lift time and start buying the parts that I need to do those repairs. And it's pretty easy. I already sent a list to the used car manager or to the appraiser. All I have to do is turn around into my system, attach the cost, and send it back for a yes, no appraisal list. And I have my work order set. And it allows you as well to pay the service writer off the RO. So now they have a motivation to participate because you can't ask anyone to participate in something without paying them, obviously.
Mike, I worked in dealership, and the pay plan is a big part of whatever the results are going to be reflected in the pay plan. So I would imagine as you're seeing dealers roll this out now at this point in the spring and going into the summer of this year, that compensation has got to be figured in as well. That the advisor, the writer, is included on that for all of this proactive work early on to get the vehicle ready for frontline a lot earlier.
You're absolutely right, Ted. You're 100% right that pay motivates action. And what we're seeing a lot of people do who are kind of frontline and cutting edge on this is to identify that, at least during the pilot phase, whatever damage is assessed and written up as a quasi-RO as part of this proactive damage assessment, if it comes through, it gets paid out as an RO for that writer. And there are other ways of fine-tuning it downstream, particularly if you end up with multiple service writers or service managers supporting a very large buying program. But initially, the easiest way is just to simply say, if Micah writes the codes and the used car department ends up buying it, then Micah gets the RO at the point that it comes in as dealer pay work.
Used car department could be the best customer I have at the dealership as a service writer. But this makes a lot of sense because you're serving a couple audiences. The customer, getting them in and out a lot quicker, getting quality vehicles, which are coming into the dealership. I don't have to go, Micah, I don't have to go to the auction. I don't have to stand at the auction and bid against my competitors. The vehicle's at my store, okay? Very likely one that I sold as well. And I can move the transaction along on the newer vehicle that they're getting and get this one ready and be a lot more familiar with it earlier in the process.
You're absolutely right, Ted. And one of the interesting things that you just said is to get inventory. It's been fairly easy to get used car inventory in the last 6 months versus COVID standards, of course. But what's interesting is the real impact of the lease reduction during COVID is about to hit us. If we think back to pre-COVID, obviously there was like a 33% lease penetration. 2021, it went to 26. 2022, it was down to 22%. And in 2023, 17.5%. If you look at a 3-year maturity cycle, just averaging it all out, it means we're going to be down about 1 million off-lease vehicles versus where we should be this year. And next year, we're going to be at 1.4 million down. 2025, we're going to be at 2.25 million down. So we're just starting to see that change. I saw a stat from another group in the industry. I think they said there's going to be 1.6 million vehicles coming off lease in Q1 and Q2 and 500,000 in Q3 and Q4. So building out this capability to ensure that you don't miss any vehicles at the point of appraisal and to have a smooth process for ensuring that you have correct margin on all those you're going to appraise is really going to help the variable department during this time when inventory on the used side gets a little tighter coming up.
So if I'm a fixed operations director or service manager, even a parts manager watching today, there's a lot of tips here how I can help be a hero, okay, at my dealership by moving along the process on the variable side with the appraisals, by offering things that we can do in fixed ops, offering the services of, a dedicated person, maybe me initially as the manager, looking at those vehicles, but then after a short period of time with some experience, handing that off. Okay. Mm-hmm. Micah, how are we going to track this? How are we going to keep this? How are we going to keep ensuring that this is working? And how are we going to measure some of these things? Have you seen dealers give thought to that? Because I'm sure that's going to come up.
It is. And that's I love to talk about process, Ted. So, that's a question I'm excited about. During the pilot, what is most often being done is make an easy way of tracking. So the used car manager is either going to send an email or a text to a dedicated person, and they're going to CC a holding box. And you just create a new email box. All the dealerships can do it, and it's just called mechanical appraisals. And every single vehicle goes in there because at the end of your test period, you have a full list of every vehicle you looked at. The reply has the damage, and the manager's reply says what you bought. So it's really easy to index your success rate against it. So during a pilot, just open a new email inbox and have everyone go back and forth. Once it transitions over to a full-fledged program, if it works for your dealership, which we're starting to see it is for a lot, that's where you really want to look to unite your inventory management tool, whatever tech you're using there, and your fixed op tool. And there's a number of different ways dealerships can do it, but long and short, you need to be able to flag a vehicle as needing assessment. You need to be able to return a vehicle value. And they can work with their partners to map that all out, but there's quite a few existing ways that you can tag those back and forth.
Micah, any other tips, best practices that you could offer our audience? Because this is extremely timely. It's something we need to be doing. We've talked a long time about breaking the silos down and bringing variable and fixed or sales and service and parts, bringing it together as one. The customer buys from one dealership. They don't buy it just, from one department. And it would seem that this is going to benefit retention as well, which is every dealer's goal.
Absolutely. I think the one other takeaway that we're seeing in the market right now is when that mechanical damage is delivered back to variable ops, it's really important to walk through the damage identified with the consumer. Historically, the appraisal process has kind of been a black box where you come in to look at a new vehicle. I say, hey, great, Ted, give me your keys. I'll flip them to the manager. When we're back from the test drive, you have a magic number. The problem is during COVID, consumers were forced online to learn about the trade-in process, and now they're experts at it. The average consumer has 2.6 cash offers. If they're millennial or Gen Z, they have closer to 4 to 6 cash offers by the time they come in. And if I know my vehicle somewhere between 22.5 and 23.5, I need you now to help me as a consumer understand why your price is different than everybody else's in the market. And we did a survey during COVID. And in the survey, consumers identified 6 areas where they have a lot of concern about the appraisal process. And 4 of the 6 are around damage assessment. What is being reduced on my vehicle for damage? So at the point that you get those, walk through it with the consumer. And even on the fix side, we're starting to see more and more as consumers have more access to data, they need to understand what you're doing. So the takeaway really is more and more we need to look at explaining things to consumers, helping them understand our cost positioning, whether it's mechanical issues identified in fixed that have been delivered through variable, or if we're just thinking about our fixed world and our consumers coming in every day.
Micah, transparency and reducing the friction, right?
Absolutely. You said it better than I did, Ted.
Well, I mean, those are the words, right? That's what we're hearing in our industry. That's what we need to become and need to strive to be. Micah, great information, as always, from Kelley Blue Book. If our audience wants to learn more about what KBB has to offer, I see a website scrolling on the b2b.kbb.com. Is that the best way to reach out?
Yeah, absolutely. They can go to b2b.kbb.com, and my email's in the ticker as well. You can always email me as well. There's nothing I like more than engaging people with people in the industry who are sharp, have interesting experiences, interesting points of view, and together we can have a conversation about where the industry's going.
Everybody, that trade appraisal is very powerful. It's powerful for sales and powerful for fixed. And everything begins with that. Micah, thank you. Micah, thank you for all this information. Very valuable, extremely relevant to our audience.
Ted, thanks for the opportunity. It's always good to be with you. Really appreciate it.
And great to have Cox Automotive involved with the event as well. So very appreciative to you. Micah Tindor, everybody, from KBB, Cox Automotive, here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Your customers are taking better care of their cars and keeping them longer. This means your service lanes are bustling, but it also means less inventory is coming in on trade. Use this trend to your advantage and uncover acquisition opportunities with Service Drive Acquisition, a new solution from Kelley Blue Book Instant Cash Offer that comes at no additional cost. Service Drive Acquisition turns your service lanes into a sourcing channel so you can acquire vehicles at a lower cost to market directly from customers with whom you've already established a trusting relationship. Analyze service appointments to identify vehicles that will be profitable, and even increase your opportunities to sell another vehicle to your service customers. A trusted offer for their trade-in can make it that much easier for shoppers to purchase the car they want from you, continuing to build up a loyal customer base for your dealership. Plus, Service Drive Acquisition makes it easy to integrate Instant Cash Offer with your current solutions, including X-Time, VIN Solutions, and vAuto Profit Time GPS. They help you identify the right cars for your dealership's inventory strategy at the right price to drive even more profitability. See how you can send offer invites to customers before their appointment, create an offer on the spot in your service lanes, or even send them an offer after their appointment, all to help you win more quality cars directly from your customers. Contact your sales or performance manager or visit b2b.kbb.com/service drive today.
Our revolutionary pop-up events have sparked a new wave of growth and innovation.
Become part of the brand that is shaping retail fixed operations at fixedopsroundtablecertified.com.
Take a moment now to pull out your flip phones and scan the QR code on your screen to vote for the Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of the event. Remember, every vote counts. So make sure to put your superpowers to use and vote for the 5 best speakers or panelists whom you think are the bomb.com. And don't forget, you can only vote once. We're speeding into our next segment with Dennis McGinn and Josh DeYoung from Rapid Recon.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. There's a lot happening in our industry right now. And to catch up, we're bringing on Dennis McGinn and Josh DeYoung, both well-known here at the Roundtable, Rapid Recon driven by VEHLO. Dennis and Josh, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you. Really glad to be here.
Thanks for having us, Ted. Thank you.
Josh, so pleased that you're both here with us today. And I think this is the perfect time to catch up on a lot of things happening in the industry. We were speaking in the green room before we got started today. Dennis, you mentioned encroaching market compression. I want to lead with that today. And, while, most of us are not going to like that, there may be a silver lining in here for dealers. So, Dennis, if you wouldn't mind, let's speak to that today. And, what's your view on that?
Yeah, we're hearing this all over, and even being approached by both dealers, but groups, whole groups saying, "Hey, we see problems coming up here," and most of us have been through the earlier margin compression cycles that have been pretty life-threatening to profitability. So what we're hearing is it's back. It's already impacting. In other words, it was in last year. So the earnings of these groups is down like 20 some percent. I think that's a Presidio Group's number that they brought in. But they're looking now for where are we going to make up lost ground here? What are we going to do about this? Because you can't just let earnings. You can't just let margin compression, run over. You've got to look for ways to counteract it. So we've got some really excellent opportunities here to get people's attention and help them solve their problems, but also put something in their hands that's sustainable. Because this industry tends to, be somewhat fickle and go back to its ADD kind of roots. And so part of our job is to give them something and help them with something that they can count on, that they can support and factor into their operations. Now, Josh is very close to this on a daily basis, so maybe he'd like to weigh in here on his thoughts.
Yeah, Dennis, you said it best. I think it's margin compression is creeping back among us. Post-COVID, if you will. And, dealers are really starting to think about, I think the watered down word is the basics, right? How do we get back to the basics? But furthermore, how do we protect ourselves? And, there's a couple different ways you can do that. And we've got some opportunities, obviously, within our business and some of the solutions that we have. But, for example, transparency in the buying experience, and we'll talk about that, later on in the roundtable. But it's very big right now because customers are wanting to buy from people they trust, and the reality is for you to hold some gross there, you got to be able to prove value, especially in a pre-owned vehicle. And so, all the way from appraising the car to reconditioning the vehicle to getting it, frontline ready is really starting to be more paramount than it's ever been. And, dealers are really starting to figure out, hey, we really got to start to focus on these things, maybe when we haven't really focused on them as much as we had in the past. So I talked to a dealer a couple of weeks ago, and he told me that, the last couple of years, his floor plan expense was a credit, and now it's an expense. And so, how do we really start to target that number and really start to pay attention to it?
Josh, this is not the conversation we were having back in 2021, 2022. We saw it coming. We knew that at some point we would have it. Josh, we're here now, and it seems to be accelerating every week and every month as we get further into the year, Josh.
Absolutely. It's here. Embrace it, right? Put in some processes to help eliminate it and help to maintain it, if you will, because I don't think it's going away anytime soon. Nobody wants to say it's going to get worse, but we've done this before. So the dealers that are out there, we've seen this, right? So it's not something that's new. It's newer, right, to the industry right now. But I think we just really need to focus on some processes to put in place. And you can't fix what you can't measure, and you can't measure what you can't see. So there's a lot of things that, us as dealers, need to focus on to really move and shake that margin compression conversation.
Dennis, Rapid has a lot of tools, Rapid Recon, reports, appraisal tools, transparency tools, to use that word, eliminating waste. And it would seem that while this is a negative to dealers when we talk about compression in the margin, I think I mentioned earlier, silver lining, there may be some opportunities for them. How do you see it, Dennis?
Absolutely. The good news is, from our standpoint, is that we've made a lot of progress with our metrics and our measure and manage part on time to line and average days in recon and things like that. And we have some new stuff on the appraisal side that's going to make a big difference. So there's some things that we can provide to our dealers that will help them kind of counteract this thing. It'll let them defend themselves right away. Okay. And we've got a way to help them sustain it. Part of it is giving them the tools. And then the other part is being available to help them interpret how they're doing. So I think we're in a very good position to be able to help industry wide, really, with this problem. And if they're smart, if we do our job right, it's gonna get dialed into how these guys operate, and they'll have more protection down the line.
Josh, the message just a few years ago was time to line and decreasing that dramatically for dealers, which you have helped do for a lot of dealers, especially here at the Roundtable. Talk to us some more about the tools and things that you have available, and now what this is going to look like in this new environment.
So, obviously for the Recon tool specifically, I think what most dealers are concerned about, especially the ones that haven't taken advantage of one today, is they're most concerned about getting people to use it, right? I think there's so many tools and software out there for people to use. And, I think sometimes, as vendor partners, we make it so complex and we make it so difficult. And, we're experts at getting people to use things that bring value. And I think that's one thing that, I think most dealers think about is, I'm bringing in another tool, I'm paying another, dollar amount, am I going to see a lift? Yeah, I'm going to see a lift, but can I get Johnny to use the tool, right? And that's one thing that we really put a lot of focus on, is understanding that the metrics don't matter until you get people to use it. And so we focus on that. And we think that that's where our specialty lies, is getting people to use tools that maybe they wouldn't see value in it anywhere else. So from the Recon perspective, it's a must-have. I wouldn't say it's a nice to have, it's a must have, especially now, because, the money is starting to tighten, and, you really start to measure things like that. On the appraisal side, we have a solution that is really cutting edge. And I'll tell you, for the most part, most appraisals start at viewing a vehicle, and a lot of those things can be seen visually with the eye, but there's a lot of things that can't be seen. And a lot of times you can't focus on that money or what's happening inside that vehicle that's going to cost you in the short term or even in the long term. And so we've got some tools to be able to combat that and educate not only the dealers but the consumer and what kind of costs are associated with what I would call under the hood problems. And so things like that have really started to tighten down processes and really help dealers really start to streamline what a value of a vehicle is, what's important to them, and getting it through the process and retail ready to sell.
Gentlemen, I want to ask you both about this appraisal tool that you've mentioned. Before I do, Josh, let me just come back to you. I think part of this, the secret sauce or the sweet spot, if you will, on Rapid is that you've got the communication, because your people, many of them are retail. They've worked in dealerships. You communicate very well with the dealership employees, the managers, whether it's remotely or whether it's boots on the ground. Do you want to speak to that, if you don't mind?
Absolutely. So, we have a team of, I say a team, we have an army of people in store, on the phone, that have sat in the seat. And, Dennis has done a really good job in making sure that we have top talent, but we have talent with experience, and we have talent and people on our team that have done it, that have sat through the seat, that understand the challenges. And that's always respect, right? When you understand that, you're working with somebody that's done it before, and, we're not just singing the praises, we're actually, reading from the same sheet of music. And so, having that army of people and a team of people that's ran by Anthony Martinez and his team, but they do a phenomenal job. And, there's nothing better than to have a tool and then it also be supported at its highest level.
Dennis, you've got some really good people, some great people at Rapid Recon. Tell me some more. You've got this holding cost report. How does that help fight margin compression?
Well, holding cost has been up and down over the years as something that was, important, and then it's easy to ignore it when times are good and things like that. But we're back on a cycle here when I think the holding cost is going to detract directly from profitability per vehicle. And so we're getting, more people saying, well, can you help us with this? Can you help us with both the speed of getting our cars ready to sell, and also the accountability that goes with it, and make it sustainable? And the answer is yes, we can do that. And then I think on the appraisal side, we've added a product called VinSight that actually starts reconditioning back at the appraisal side when you're evaluating whether you're going to keep this vehicle, how much you're going to offer the customer for it. And as Josh was saying, it's easy to look at the outside and sniff the car, but it's hard to look at inside the engine. And now we've got a tool that will do that. It will do that, and it's the kind of thing that does a number of things. One, it protects the dealer so they don't end up getting something that wasn't as advertised, and like people resetting trouble codes and things like that. This is going to fix all that, because you can't fool this thing. And the other thing is, and since we are kind of in the Fixed Ops Roundtable, all this helps to get ahead of the game when it comes to getting the car through for the fixed ops side of the business as well, because it's going to produce estimated parts and labor and things like that to fix the things that are brought up by the scan by this tool.
Josh, same question for you about the appraisal tool you mentioned a little bit earlier. What's the role of the appraisal tool in fighting margin compression?
So I'll just add to Dennis, it goes back to having a process, and, most dealers do really well at appraising vehicles with the tools that they have. And, most inventory management systems have been out there a really long time, and there's different book values and things like that. And, estimated recon that they might do to the vehicle, but most of that is all visual. And, some dealers do very well. Some dealers, are selling and appraising a lot of vehicles, and they try to average most of that and back into the number. But, it's easy to look at a car and know that it needs tires, and an average tire is $250, right? It's easy to say, I need to paint this bumper and my bumper guy's $150. It's hard to know that the car needs a catalytic converter, right? Or it needs an O2 sensor. And what does that look like? And what does that cost? And how much time is associated with that? And, things like that usually don't come up till the tail end of a mechanical process for approval, and it's eaten into their gross. And so, being able to have that tool and have that information, and not only have the information, but have the speed at which it will come to you, which is at the appraisal process. So now, not having to order an O2 sensor 3 days after it gets in the shop, I know 3 days before it even gets into the shop that it needs an O2 sensor, right? So there's a lot of things that kind of tie this thing together into speed to sell, but also protect the dealer from eating into their gross.
You mentioned earlier, Josh, and I know this is in your wheelhouse, transparency. That word has come up, quite a bit. It would seem the tools right now from Rapid Recon are more timely than ever, especially into this era that we're going in right now. Talk to us about transparency, both online and on the showroom. How does that help fight margin compression?
Well, I think every used car tells its own unique story, right? I've said that before on your show, and I'll sing it from the top of the fences. Every used car has its own unique story. It's how do you tell that story, right? When you go purchase a new car today, you get that new car smell, you get your 2 keys, you get the owner's manual, you get the nice packet. For most forward-thinking dealers, you get a USB, right, with all your information on it, instead of a packet. But there's that new car experience is being delivered to a customer that brings the warm and fuzzies to them. And how do you translate that into a used car experience? Do you have the original window sticker, right? Do you maybe have the reconditioning records on what you actually did to the vehicle to help not only build value in what you're asking for the car, but also give that consumer a peace of mind to say, hey, listen, you don't have to put new tires on this vehicle. You don't have to do new brakes. The air filter and the cabin filter have been replaced for you, right? There's all these things that can then be laid upon in front of the consumer to say, hey, listen, buy from me, and here's why I want you to buy from me. And so we have a solution that, takes it from the appraisal process through the reconditioning process, and then helps merchandise that vehicle, not only online, but help educate the salesperson as well as the consumer on the story of that vehicle.
Josh, you're helping us hold gross, and that's more important than ever before.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Dennis, earlier you mentioned, I believe it was Vintel, okay, talking about the average cost every dealer experiences with every trade appraisal. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and how that works?
Sure. Yeah. So I think there are multiple benefits to being able to have something that's really easy to use. It takes a minute. You plug it into the ODB2 port while you're talking to the customer or whatever. But we are basically spinning this up as a sales tool as well. And let me just explain that for a minute. I mean, most customers are usually expect to get a little bit of lowball on their trades, or a lot, and so they probably go into another website or whatever. Everybody wants to buy your car and says, okay, here's what my car is. And they put idealistic things in there. Everybody's car is perfect at that point. And so they've got this preconceived notion. And by using this device, it fits in the palm of your hand, okay, and saying, Mr. Customer, is okay if I plug this into your car? So it'll tell us mechanically what's going on here. And so we both have the same information, because we want to offer you the appropriate amount for this car. We don't want any surprises. You don't want any surprises. And the point there is, I think we can help to kind of take some of the tension out of the sales process, in addition to taking tension out of our own decisions and our customers as to what are they getting into. And there are different ways of handling this, but some of the ways that we've heard are people, setting aside $500 a car because they don't have any other way to do it. They draw from when they get a $10,000 or $15,000 problem, which they do. Then they go to the pot and they pull it out. So I think there are
Dennis, we did that 25 years ago, right? I mean,
yes, yeah, that's right. And this is not a new concept, but it's some people do it because they don't see any other way. They just have to set it aside because they don't have a way to measure and manage what's going on inside the car, inside the engine. And now we do. And so now we can go to the next phase and take that out. We can not only take it out internally as we're evaluating what we're going to do with this trade, but we can use it with a customer to take some of the tension out of their expectation that maybe they're going to get lowballed. Now we have a way to give them a piece of paper saying, here's exactly what's going on. And it actually, I think, will take a lot of uncertainty out of this thing, both for the trade process and the dealership and for the customer.
Josh, I'll give you the last word.
I don't know about that. Dennis hit the nail on the head. Having that device and plugging it in less than 30 seconds, having a report to help build credibility in a buying process is powerful. But it's just like anything else, right? It's a tool. And, that tool is only as good as the user that uses it. Yeah. But when you plug it in and get the type of information that you've never, ever been able to get before because you just put $500 aside on the car, it really starts to open a lot of eyes, and it's hard to experience it or understand it because we've never had something like this, right? And so it's no different than buying something off of Amazon that you would, normally have to go to the store to get. And nobody used to have to experience that until now, and now it's the norm. Like people are buying from their phone and not leaving their house or place of business or wherever. And it's no different in this situation. We now have a solution to a problem that I don't think a lot of people knew would ever come. And now it's here, and it's, seamlessly integrated into the best reconditioning platform in the country.
And reducing those costs, I see, will also help with that margin compression and, focusing on that. So gentlemen, thank you so much. Rapid Recon, everybody, is a certified partner to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Very timely. If you thought their tools were timely just recently, even more timely today in the spring of 2024 and going into the year. So many dealers at the Roundtable use Rapid Recon. I highly recommend them. Dennis, if our audience wants to learn more about Rapid Recon, what's the best way to do that now?
Well, there are a lot of ways. They go to rapidrecon.com, okay, or they can send an email to me, to Dennis at Rapid Recon. I really love interacting with customers, and so I'm making the offer. Anybody that either has something they'd like to contribute to what we're trying to do, or has a question about how it will work for them, you can just shoot it to me, and I'll make sure the right people are aware and get connected up. So I love nothing better than to solve problems, and this is what we do. We help dealers kind of take something that is always a bit messy and has been a struggle for years and turn it into something that's predictable. And that's a big deal. I mean, who wouldn't like to be able to predict how their business is going to work? And that includes their profitability.
Dealers like that. So there it is from the top, everybody. Dennis McGinn and Josh DeYoung at Rapid Recon. RapidRecon.com. Again, certified partner for the Fixed Ops Roundtable and a great resource. Dennis and Josh, on behalf of the Roundtable, thank you so much for being part of this. And I'm going to invite you to come back again, because every few months, it seems, Josh, things keep evolving and changing. So I want to check in with you, early in the fall, and let's get an update if that's okay.
Look forward to it, Ted.
Thank you, Ted, for your time and support.
Everybody, Rapid Recon here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Everybody wants to be part of a bigger story. And to see something like this in such a big industry is a big accomplishment.
When I heard about Rapid Recon, I was like, man, that's ahead of its time. And now I feel like it's absolutely revolutionary. We are changing the automotive industry one dealership at a time.
Just about anybody can tell you that you are struggling or that you might have a bottleneck somewhere. But what do you do about that?
Rapid Recon is the one software that unifies all the departments. You're going to go from chaos to organization.
Reconditioning is all about making a vehicle ready for sale. The whole idea of Rapid Recon is to take 15 days average to get these cars ready to sell and take it down to 3 to 5.
You can see the bottlenecks that we can eliminate. As a dealer, to be able to log into a website or your app on the phone and know precisely where each car is from all your dealerships, that's invaluable.
We can give the decision makers information that they need to make the decision immediately.
It's live. You can log into Rapid Recon and see exactly where you are. What it means is making decisions based on true information. It makes all the difference in the world.
What gets measured gets better over time, and Rapid Recon does that for us. There's nothing like that in the market.
I oversee 19 of our stores. We're processing 2,500 cars a month. You need technology to make it more effective and overall more profitable.
Rapid Recon is more than software. What's unique about Rapid Recon is the people that come with it.
One of the reasons why we're so good at this is because a lot of us did come out of the car industry.
The software is amazing and it's a tool, but we're not software people. We're car people.
And we know the pains that dealers are going through, not because we've been taught it, but because we've lived it.
We get so much praise for our customer service and how well we take care of our customers, and it's because we genuinely care.
They're not going through an automated system. When they call, it's a live person right there. Rapid Recon is just not the name of the company. Rapid means we got to be fast and accurate.
If you want to be as efficient as you possibly can, if you want to be as profitable as you can, you absolutely should have Rapid Recon as your system.
We're a small company, but we're going to change the whole industry.
I'm really excited about how the company's growing. I see us in more dealerships worldwide.
In 5 years, you're going to see that Rapid Recon is a must for every dealership.
We're making a big difference. We're changing this industry in a way that it's needed to change for a long time.
The Fixed Ops Roundtable is a name you can trust for the latest technology, tools, and processes in a fast-changing retail environment. Become part of the brand by visiting us at fixedopsroundtablecertified.com.
This panel of experts is here to bridge the gap between F&I and service, featuring Vanguard Dealer Services, along with Ed Roberts, Sarah Vantine, and Ted Ings.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We have a panel today about bringing F&I and service together. It's hosted by Vanguard Dealer Services, our great friends. I'd like to introduce the panel. Steve Memolo is with us from Vanguard Dealer Services. Michael Fiorini is with us from Vanguard as well. Sarah Hammill is with us. Welcome, Sarah, first time at the roundtable. Sarah Vantine is with us today, and Ed Roberts from Bozard Ford Lincoln. Everybody, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks. Glad to be here.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
All right. Well, here we are, everybody. We are still early in the year, beginning of May, and there's been a lot of change in our industry. Interest rates have been creeping up the last couple of years. There's been a lot of things in the news with electrification and how that's affected the market, both on the new side and certainly on the used side. We're talking about technician shortages, and customers keeping vehicles longer. So I think this is a timely topic. And Ed, if it's okay, I want to start with you today over at Bozard. When we think about F&I products through the lens of fixed operations, what do you think are the top, let's say, 2 or 3 things for a service advisor to be able to deliver a really good customer experience while maximizing, of course, the fixed ops opportunities?
So we have the opportunity in F&I to give our customers options to what they will need going into service. Service, when you purchase a vehicle, everybody's happy. They want to go show it off. But the next thing behind that is the ownership experience and their introduction to service. And there's products that eases those pain points to where it's not sticker shock when they come in. It's maintenance items. It's various different things that when they come in, we know what they're at. And it's an opportunity for us in F&I to create the conversation. If you'll come in and see this person or whatever else, even if it's after hours, even if service is closed, it's really somewhat of a service introduction and how they can use the products available to them. And when we talk about how the products can be used, we're really building value in the products. And when we build value in them, then it's much easier to ask for the business.
Ed, you've got a large organization there. I typically ask you how many technicians. Today, I'm going to ask you about how many service advisors you have, not just in the main shop, but over in the quick lane as well.
So under the roof, we have 32 service advisors. So we continue to grow and foot's on the gas. And it's all about what we just talked about, removing the friction and that fear of customers coming in for service.
Your shop is the largest on the East Coast. I know you've got close to 100 service bays, but go ahead, give us the numbers on techs and tell us about the mobile operation as well.
So today we have 123 technicians, and that number continues to climb. And we have about 30 trucks in operation now. And it's all about bringing service to our doorstep, to our customer's doorstep, because there is never a convenient time for our customers to come into a dealer, whether it's buying a vehicle or servicing a vehicle. It's just like there's never a convenient time to go to Walmart. That's why we use Amazon. And Amazon brings commodities to our doorstep. We bring service to your doorstep.
Sarah Hammill, you're an F&I specialist with Vanguard. Tell us your thoughts, maybe the top 2 or 3 things for a service advisor to be able to deliver a good customer experience while maximizing what it is that they do as well.
Sure. I think going back to the basics, I think one of the biggest things that people need to be aware of is obviously knowing what products are being sold in F&I. So having that clear communication between the finance manager as well as the service advisors, just knowing what coverages, what administrators are out there, and then developing real good relationships with those administrators, because the people that the F&I department reach out to may or may not be the same people that the service advisors are reaching out to. So just having that clear and consistent communication, I think, is key between the 2 departments.
Love it. Steve, your thoughts?
So I think, in today's market, bringing all the departments together certainly is important, but always connecting to Sarah's point, service and sales, because again, sales, when they pick up the car, everybody's happy. When they get the service is really where you could take care of the customer, where things can go really good or really bad. So I agree with Sarah, understanding what products are being sold. And I think from a service advisor standpoint, if they're comfortable with the products that are being presented up front and sold, they'll be more comfortable presenting them in the back. So it's experience on both sides, because a lot of times the F&I department doesn't experience the service side of it, but I think the service people experience both sides of it, right? So they see, they know the customer bought a car there, they're experiencing what the customer bought, and sometimes they don't typically understand everything that's going on in the front, but they're dealing with the customer on the basis where the customer is looking for the contract to perform as they understood it. So I think education is important for service advisors, and I really believe if they're comfortable with what's going on up front, they'll be more comfortable presenting those products to their customers who don't currently participate in those programs. So I think communication is important, and everybody understands the goal is to take care of the customer and retain them.
A follow-up, if I can, for Sarah Hammill and for Steve. Why is that historically that we've treated, with separate silos, if you will? I've heard that term a lot now recently.
Mm-hmm.
We've treated service and parts different than we treat sales and F&I. Sarah, you first, and then Steve for a quick follow-up.
Yeah, there certainly can be that division. And I think that honestly, that starts with the leadership. So I think that that starts with the general manager or the owner of the company and making sure that you are, like Steve said, having all the departments gather as one. So you're, all one big family, not, this kid against this kid, essentially.
Yeah. And Steve, your thoughts?
I think dealerships today are striving to, back in the early days when you bought a car, then you financed the car, then you serviced the car, right? There were kind of three different things going on all in a dealership on any given day. But I think today, whether customers walking through the showroom, the minute they open up the door, the whole sales process starts, which ties F&I, sales, and everything together. And I think if they're walking through the service door, it should be seamless. So in other words, when a customer walks in and says, I have a problem with my tire, I need to get it fixed, the service department should know exactly what's going on with that administrator, who they're selling it, and what the claim process, so they can say to the customer, hey, listen, no problem, we'll take care of it right away. I think there's a lot of times where you're disconnected in those departments because people walk in and maybe service doesn't even know exactly what's going on because there's not a lot of communication. But I think dealers are striving to do that, but it's always a work in progress. But it's all about communication. The one thing dealers don't do, I see, and maybe some do, is they don't combine departments in meetings. Service has a meeting, sales has a meeting, F&I has a meeting. I would think at least once a quarter, everybody should get together. This is what we're selling. This is what we're doing. These are what the challenges are, but easier said than done.
Ed, do you want to follow up on that?
It takes intentionality, and you're exactly right, Steve. Departments do not communicate, and when they don't communicate, that's the foundation for the silos. And if we're going to remove the silos, we have to bring everybody together, and we have to share those priorities. Everybody needs to know what each department's priorities are so they can all work towards them. And if we're all working towards them, then more of us will achieve them. And if we don't achieve them, we'll at least get closer to them when we continue to work on them. But it takes intentionality, and you're exactly right. That is the foundation of why dealers are so infested with silos and everybody taking care of their area, because that's all they talk about is their area of responsibility.
Mike, let me come to you. Top 2 or 3 things for a service advisor to be able to deliver a good customer experience.
I think setting the customer's expectations. Like when Steve's talking about, the customer comes in with a certain issue, is that service advisor asking that customer if they by chance took advantage of the coverages that were available at the time of sale? I can't tell you how many times we walk into a service department and they aren't asking the customers. No matter how good of a presentation F&I does, the customer a lot of times hears what they want to hear. Sometimes they don't know what is covered. So the service advisors knowing how to obtain those contracts, oh, no problem, Mr. Customer. Let me check for you. Being able to pull it up quickly and then knowing what they're looking at. A lot of times you can put out fires before they even start just by reading through the contract. Oh, great news. Here's what you took advantage of to protect your investment. And you set that expectation before the customer leaves, the vehicle gets diagnosed, and now you deliver them bad news that something wasn't covered, that had they been, informed, educated, again, not that they weren't in finance, but reiterate it when they come in for service, you can avoid a lot of issues. Customers are understanding. You just got to be transparent.
Sarah Vantine, you spent a lot of time in retail on the front lines and in putting together that flow of customers coming into service for some big organizations. So Sarah Vantine, your thoughts?
I want to take a step back for a second and think about the communication that happens before you have that service visit and the importance of those phone calls. So in 2023, I had the privilege to speak at NADA on this topic, and it really related back into finance and what happens to customers when they call in after they purchase the vehicle, but before they get their car serviced. And there's a big period of time where someone buys a policy, they get it, and now the excitement's kind of winding down from that original purchase, and they go, well, wait a minute, what did I buy again? Like, what is all this? And so the data that I had about phone calls where someone called into the finance department and was trying to inquire, like, well, wait a minute, what does this cover again? When you say, bumper to bumper, what does that mean? Is it really bumper to bumper? Or like, are there exclusions? Are there general questions that come up, right? And those phone calls don't get answered very timely in a lot of dealerships. And so then what happens? That customer gets nervous. They're like, well, how do I find this information out? Maybe the dealer directs them back to the 800 number that's on the policy and says, well, call them. They can tell you, you know, what all you bought. And that erosion of trust happens. And so the important thing that I found in organizations and dealerships is that when that person calls in, you have to have everybody knowledgeable and able to understand what policies are on that car. And so if you have a BDC as an example, your BDC needs to know how to access that information and talk to a customer about what to expect. Same thing, you know, if they're calling the service department or they're calling finance, they want to understand that information. You have to, as Steve was saying, you have to include everybody in the course of that conversation. And so the more that you can track that data on what the outcome of those phone calls are, what types of calls and policies you're getting the most questions about, you can actually anticipate some of those customer needs and maybe put out marketing materials related to it. So customers can access that on your website. So lots of food for thought, Ted.
I like it, Sarah. Steve, Vanguard Dealer Services does a great job. You work with so many dealers nationwide across the country. If for a moment, if we were to put PVR to the side, with respect again to fixed operations, what do you feel a good job would look like for an F&I provider? You know, forget necessarily the dollars and cents, but what are some of the things that an F&I provider should be doing?
Well, let me chime in there real quick before you go there, Steve. The audience out there, because we do have a lot of guys from fixed ops, and we want to make sure that they understand all the elements. Tell the audience what PVR is as you open that up.
Steve, per vehicle retail, go ahead.
Yeah, that's a good point. Kind of threw me off the track there for a minute. So, you know, typically an F&I provider, in traditional ways, focuses on F&I, right? We convince the dealer to sell our products, and we help finance, present them and sell them to their customers. So, but in today's world, I think it goes back to your original question. As an F&I provider or a consultant to a dealership, as we are, one of our jobs to move the dealership forward is to bring all those departments together. So I think in today's world, at least when I started doing this, we focused on F&I. We trained F&I people, and that was it. Yeah. But I would say, you know, it's evolved into training everybody in the dealership, including service, including F&I, including sales, and including sales managers. So I think for an F&I provider, if they really want to make things work in the service department, I think service advisors should be afforded the same training that F&I people get with respects to product, how things are sold, why customers buy things they do, and why they don't. But we don't, you know, typically do that because in most cases, getting back to the silo thing, well, you know, they sell service, let F&I sell what they sell. But I think the more as an agency we can work towards bringing all the departments together, benefits us all, and certainly the dealer.
Ed?
So I will take that and run and thanks for that, Steve. So it's one thing for, I mean, training is instrumental for both sides, but it's one thing for F&I to sell the product. But as we all try to do, we don't want a customer once. We want to sell it again. We want to take care of their ownership experience. Then we want to sell the next vehicle, and we want to sell products with that. Well, if we sell them products on the first one and they never get the value out of those products, they're less likely to buy those same products again the second time. So that's where it's instrumental to make sure that both sides get the same training so they understand the value of it and they can deliver that value to the customer for them both to get something out of it. Then when that happens, when we do sell that customer the second vehicle, those products become even easier to sell rather than a barrier of trying to overcome the obstacles. Well, last time, I'm sorry, blah, blah, blah. It's an easier sell, and it's a much faster sell and more efficient and less friction.
I would agree.
Yeah, that friction. Yep. Sarah Hammill, if I may come to you, what do you feel a good job would look like for an F&I provider today?
Yeah, obviously along with training, I think the biggest thing is making sure that they're offering products that work the way they're intended to work. Having very clear and concise, you know, guidelines as far as what's covered, what's not covered. I think that makes it very easy sell the product in F&I. I think it makes it very easy for the customer to in turn buy the product. And I think it makes it very easy for the service advisor to read through the guidelines and see what's covered and what's not covered to provide that customer service.
Mike Fiorini, I key in on that word that Ed mentioned earlier, friction. It seems, Mike, that in the automotive business, historically, there's been a lot of friction, okay, for customers. And we want to, today the emphasis is to remove that friction as best possible. What do you feel in respect to an F&I provider, things that we should be doing, looking for a good job in F&I?
I mean, it might sound a little simple, but just making sure the customer's taken care of. Like Ed said, I think all the different departments in their different silos, at the end of the day, they do have a similar end goal. They might not discuss it in their individual meetings, but it's to have that customer for life, right? To sell them another car, to sell them more service. You want to keep that customer coming back. So if we have the opportunity for a customer to use one of these policies that they purchase in F&I, that should be an opportunity to have a good experience, a positive experience that does bring them back. And just like you said, Ed, you shouldn't have to sell them the same product twice. If they fully understand what they purchased and if they had to use it, hopefully they were taken care of. They should be taken care of. And it's a revolving door,
Sarah Vantine, we've heard Tully say for years, it's all about the hours, but he also says it's about the repeat and referral business. Speak to us about that, because I like a lot of the points that are being made here. It's important to have that customer, not as a one-time customer, but again, that ongoing relationship.
Oh, it is so important. And it's all about that communication that really brings that repeat and referral business back into an organization. And it all starts with, being aware of all of those key points, like what contracts does this person have? How do you access that information? I'll give you a really common example that happens in dealerships. Let's say you have a customer that's calling in and they see that their maintenance light is on. And so they call Ed's store and they say, all right, I'm booking an oil change. Well, typically what would happen is you'd have somebody that proceeds to either book that appointment for them and books that oil change. But there's important components that could impact that ownership experience down the line that could be missed. And so as an example, a policy that they have that protects their vehicle might mean that instead of that oil change or that mileage increment, they need to follow the factory recommended maintenance schedule. Well, if I can access that information and see on the phone, well, wait a minute, this person has this policy, I can inform them of that going into this appointment and say, hey, just as a reminder, you purchased this policy with us back when you bought the vehicle. At this increment, we recommend you do the following services. Now you've created an experience for that customer where they anticipate, how long it's going to take in that visit. They feel comfortable moving forward with the dealership. And so, that relationship and being mindful of those components going into that transaction experience, it creates that repeat and referral outcome because they feel confident in the information that you're providing. And so communication all the way around is super important.
Sarah Vantine, while we're on the subject, there was a panel we did at the last Fixed Ops Roundtable with a number of dealers and dealer general managers, and they talked about the importance, and this kind of came out of nowhere, Sarah, of selling the customer or ensuring the customer has the highest level of coverage at the time of sale. And that would help drive the repeat and referral business. And that topic came out of nowhere, Sarah, and they all jumped on it, talking about ensuring the customer has that highest level of coverage. Can you speak to that as well?
Well, it's so important to inform. And a lot of times, that's where that trust or distrust comes from. It's just not being aware and not having that knowledge at the point of transaction. And so, as dealers, there's a lot of coverages that really benefit the customer for that vehicle. And if you think about how progressively technical our cars get and all of the software components that go into it, when you think about how customers are holding onto their vehicles for longer, that's a big topic of conversation. What happens to that vehicle after the manufacturer warranty expires? What's going to happen to me as an owner when I'm driving this vehicle around and something technical goes wrong with it that's maybe a little bit different than a mechanical warranty? So those components, it's all important to educate your customer about the type of vehicle that they're buying, why these policies are so important to them. And when I'm a consumer, getting that peace of mind and knowing, okay, this is what this includes, this is how it could benefit me in the long term. And then if I have that dealer that builds that relationship with me and keeps me informed along the way, like just as a reminder, you have, this policy, and this is what's going to be important to ensure that your car is maintained properly, and also that your longevity, and if there's an issue down the line, your warranty policy does cover it. Those are important conversations to have. And so I think when you are transparent from the get-go and inform your customers, here's all the different ways that you can take advantage of the highest coverage options available for your vehicle, you're going to have more repeat and referral business. And you're also going to build that retention, which is ultimately what the dealer is looking for. You want those people coming back to your store and building those relationships with your service advisors, with your finance managers, and with your whole team.
Ed, how do you do it there at Bozard?
The opportunities are endless for us. So but it's about removing the friction, and it's about educating everyone, and it's about getting everybody pushing in the same direction. And to effectively use our products, we have to understand what they are and what we're selling them for. And because things happen over the course of ownership, whether it's a road hazard product and we've ran over something or whatever else, if we take it upon ourselves to not deliver that message, then we're only asking for their business once. But if we want to truly create repeat and referral business, we have to give back the value. And even if they don't ever use it, and we express what the value of those products are as the peace of mind for having it there when you do need it, then it's still an easier sell. But if we sell it to them, they never use it, and then we ask to sell it to them again, and we never told them anything in between, we have a lot less chance of doing that. But also, we have a lot less chance of even selling that next vehicle because we haven't let them know that we're here to take care of you. We haven't let them know that we're here to take care of you as a customer for life. And as Tully says, the repeat and referral business. We want them to go tell their friends and say, these guys will take care of you.
Steve, we've heard a lot of this echoed in some of the things that Mickey Quinn has said on the Vanguard panels in the past. Steve, your thoughts?
So, I think it goes back to what everybody's saying. If you can create a seamless process in your dealership where the customer, no matter where they go, they feel that every department knows what the other's doing. There's no miscommunication, a seamless process, whether they're buying a car, servicing a car. And when you get to the point of when there is an issue, because there always is, how do you handle it? And that should be a seamless process for the customers as well. So if they do have an issue, they should understand. I mean, Michael said, set the expectations. I think if people doing business with a dealership, they do it for the ease of business. First off, there's the people. They like the people there because it's a people business. But people come back to a dealership and you will retain customers because you make it easy for them to do business with you. Sometimes we get in the way of ourselves. And dealerships certainly do it. I worked in a dealership for 16 years. We put up our own roadblocks, sometimes inadvertently, but I think if you make it easy for the customer to understand what they have, what they need to do when they do have it, and make it pretty easy for them to spend money at your dealership and get through the process, I think that's what everybody's looking for, convenience today. And I think dealers who are good at that retain a lot of customers, because if you ask customers, why do you go back to any particular store, they'll tell you, well, I like the people and they're easy to do business with, right? We hear that all the time. We do it as consumers ourselves. So anything as an F&I provider or a trainer or anything we're doing to help develop a process is to help a dealer make their process easy for the customer to understand and get through.
Let me layer in that just a little bit. He said inadvertently we do it to ourselves, and that's exactly what we do when we're in business. We look at it and what's easiest for us to process it. How is it easy for us? And if we just take and turn that around and look at it through the customer's lens, and then it's easier to remove those roadblocks because you see the friction that they run into, and you see you can remove the roadblocks and make it seamless.
Mike, your thoughts?
And to go back to, you mentioned how important it is to have the highest level of coverage. I think it's paramount that the finance manager, when they're offering the customer the program, the absolute highest level that that vehicle qualifies for is what that customer is going to walk away with, or they are going to sign off that they thoroughly understand that I do just want the powertrain coverage, so that down the road when there is that issue and they wind up in service, they don't have that expectation like I have exclusionary coverage, and then your service advisor is left to pick up the pieces and be the bearer of the bad news, right? I mean, how many times does service wind up with that upset customer, and finance is like, no, I did my part. No, you sold them a powertrain coverage for $4,500. You didn't do your part. So I think it's not worth the headaches down the road, and it may take longer, but doing it the right way pays off for, selling that customer another car, keeping that customer as a service customer, and just overall satisfaction. Make sure that there's no ticking time bombs out there.
And Mike, a big part of what Vanguard brings to the table also is the training. Okay.
Absolutely.
You're very focused on that, Mike. If you don't mind, maybe a few words on the importance of training, because it sounds like that's a very common thread with all the things we're talking about.
Yeah. I think the service advisor training is something that is, a lot of the times overlooked. When we start working with a new dealer partner, one of the first things that we do is we create product knowledge books for the service department. Not only are there, make it easy for them to set the customer expectation. Here are the programs that finance is offering. Here's what they cover. Here are the claims numbers and the claims process. But here is your point of contact for all of these products. One of the main things that we train is go to bat for your customers. Make sure you're exhausting all of your options. If you hear no on the phone from the administrator, give me a call. Make sure that maybe there's something that we can do, because if you already deliver that bad news before you give us a chance to take care of your customer, because there are customers too. After you deliver that bad news, it doesn't matter what we do. That customer already had a negative experience, and it's going to impact how they feel about, unfortunately, the dealership, because they associate these products and these services with the dealership. So exhaust all your options. Go to bat for your customer.
Okay.
If I may add something,
yeah.
On the subject of coverages, what F&I managers sell, I think the system that's in place from the administrators is antiquated now. There's absolutely no reason to have 4 levels of coverage in any service contract, in my opinion. You either sell them the best or you have basic coverage. Having that middle stuff only creates confusion. There is no benefit to it whatsoever. And and I've talked to administrators about it. I don't see any reason to have it. I don't know what anybody else feels about it, but there should be very basic and the best. Anything in between, it just causes confusion and problems.
Simple.
That's my take anyway, my opinion on it. And I think it needs to be changed.
Totally agree.
Thank you.
Sarah Hammill, do you want to bring it home?
Yeah, obviously I agree with Steve on that one, that there's a lot of muck in there with those in-between coverages. So either the highest or the lowest coverages. And I think it's extremely important that we are selling the highest level of coverage in the finance department. It creates a lot of confusion when you don't, because again, going back to Mike's point that he stated earlier, customers hear what they want to hear. So they hear the top level of coverage. They might walk out with a powertrain coverage, but they were presented with the top level of coverage initially. And so that's what they think that they have. So I think that that's extremely important for them to have the top level of coverage. So then you get the best CSI possible whenever they come in and use that coverage in your service department.
I want to thank the panel, everybody. Vanguard Dealer Services has hosted this panel. Vanguard is the best of the best, servicing hundreds, if not thousands, of dealers across the United States. And I want to thank Steve Memolo. I want to thank Mike Fiorini, Sarah Hammill. Welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Sarah Vantine, thank you so much. And Ed Roberts, everybody. I think we take this up another couple notches. Not just a story, but this is the current evolution of our industry, bringing F&I and service together. So on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, I want to thank everybody here in Vanguard for our session today.
Thanks, everybody. Nice talk with everybody.
Everybody, the Vanguard Dealer Services panel here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Nah, 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 nah. Let's get jiggy with it. Hit play on the 90s Rewind with the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Outsourcing warranty shouldn't be an out-of-this-world concept. Here to share the benefits are David Pickett of MileOne Auto Group and Tyler Nathan of Jupiter Warranty.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Ted Ings. Joining us for this segment are two well-known names in automotive. We have David Pickett, who is the Divisional Service Operations Manager at Hall Automotive. Also with us today, Tyler Nathan, our good friend from TBF Jupiter Warranty. David and Tyler, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
Dave, if I may, with you, I'm very familiar with Hall Automotive Group. I believe now part of MileOne Automotive Group. Dave, if you don't mind, give us a little bit of the color and background on your group, maybe how many rooftops, franchises, and the lay of the land on that.
Okay. So MileOne as a whole is somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 rooftops. I handle 18. I'm sorry, it was 18 when Jupiter took over. It's 11 now, but we're all in the Virginia Beach and Elizabeth City, North Carolina, and we have one store in Huntersville, North Carolina.
And what franchises do you represent, if I may, David?
We have three in my division. We have 3 Honda stores, a Chrysler Jeep store, a Mazda store, 1 Nissan store, 1 Acura, 2 Toyotas, a Ford, and a Hyundai.
You've been in the business for a while. How did you start out, if I may?
I started out in sales in 1984, and I did that for 2 years, and I realized that I was going to starve to death. And I got out of the business and got back in 87 as a service advisor, and I did that for about 18 months. And at that time, Hall Automotive had 8 franchises under one roof, and I took over as service manager at that time. And over the course of, 15, 20 years, I managed several different ones within Ken's group. And 17 years ago, I took over the fixed ops director job for MileOne in 07. That's when they bought Hall.
Okay. And how did you come to meet Tyler Nathan at Jupiter?
Actually, Tyler and his group was handling one of our northern stores, and in talking to them, they were very happy with the results from TBF, and I decided to give him a call, and rest is history. He's got all our stores now.
Tyler, most everything in life starts small, and David indicates that that likely was the beginning here. But Tyler, if I can, difficult to manage this group and the number of stores and rooftops and the complexities of all the different manufacturers?
No, sir. We have a great team, and we have specialists in each of the manufacturers. So for us, it's pretty much a walk in the park. Now, of course, when David first put us in at some of his dealerships, he put us in at a few to see how it works, put his toe in the water. And after he saw it was working good for him, then we had to figure out how to get the rest of the 18 in. So so that took a little challenge, because we had to do it. One of the things about us is we always grow responsibly. And that means that because when you hire us, you always get a skilled warranty administrator who's specialized in that manufacturer. And so we have to have availability. So in MileOne's case, for the Hall division, we worked them in phases. So we had about 4 phases where we brought them in over a period of about 8 months.
Wow. And David, we're seeing from fixed ops directors all over the country, now with a lot of the inflationary things that have been happening the last couple of years, a lot of filing for increases in various states for parts and labor increases, and that warranty revenue becoming even more and more important than it's been in the past. You've entrusted a lot in the folks at TPF Jupiter. Talk about that, and what were some of the reasons you decided to outsource it?
Well, when we first took Jupiter on, we didn't give him the easy stores. We gave him the hard stores. And what Tyler was saying, if they're not ready if they weren't ready, and they weren't at the time, because, we were giving them 18 stores, 3 of those were Hyundais. And anybody that's been in the business for any length of time knows that Hyundai is a very difficult warranty franchise. So is Chrysler, so is Ford. And we've got all of those. And they, he was very honest. He said, we're not ready yet. So when they were ready, we flipped the switch. But the reason I did it, many years ago, at one point we had 21 warranty administrators in this company. I had the idea to bring that down to 5, and I put 5 warranty administrators in our corporate office to handle all of those stores. Well, that's all well and good until somebody drops out. And in this business, 2 months of warranty claims backing up can turn into a $100,000 audit in no time. Finding somebody that can do that job is very difficult. So we looked into outsourcing, and we've never looked back. So.
And David, it's not a very glamorous position either. And I would imagine now, as we move, here we are in mid 2024, moving into the future, harder and harder maybe to attract folks for that type of work.
It is. And the bad part about, one of the things that I realized is when we pulled the warranty administrators out of the stores,
okay,
one of the biggest problems I ran into is warranty administrators tend to be doing a lot more than just handling warranty. Then you get the call that, well, who's going to do my POs, and who's going to do cash clearing, and who's going to do, well, I didn't know they were doing all that, so that's something that you really got to dig into. But getting them out of the store, that was a good move for me. But like I said, I lost a supervisor. I lost somebody that was handling one of my tough franchises. I couldn't replace them. And you know what? This just works great. If I have a problem, I make one phone call.
I thought you were going to say that there was less communication at the dealership between the warranty administrator and, let's say, the advisors or the technicians. But it sounds like by moving it off-site and centralizing it initially and then totally off-site, you didn't skip a beat.
No, not at all. And I have asked the question to my service managers, would they, many times, just to keep a pulse on things, would they rather have this outsourced, or would they rather bring it back in-house? And it's a unanimous decision. They don't want no part of it. They prefer to keep it outsourced.
Tyler, your thoughts, because this is a large group, and again, a lot at stake for all the parties, including collecting those receivables.
Yes, sir. So it's obviously our program is perfect for somebody in David's situation. We have a pool of 160 plus employees. So if we do have somebody who leaves our company, we have others trained in that manufacturer type that we can move the work around, make sure that it gets done, and we can cover for vacations and all that stuff. And so it's a lot more seamless that way than processing it in-house where it can build up. And we help a lot with the coming out in the beginning. That was a big part of it. Is David already shifted to a to his divisional processing of claims at the corporate office. But in the process of that, he was learning about how much information has to be in the system and to communicate from a distance. And that's a little bit of it. When a new dealership signs up, we come out to the store to make sure that we get them set up properly and make sure that that communication is established so that, you know, not only do we cover compliance items to make sure that should they be audited down the road, they're prepared, ready for that, but we also address all those communication things so that that process is very smooth.
I was going to ask David about compliance. David, there's more eyes than ever now on the dealer, you know, looking at making sure they're compliant. A lot of new things, especially in the last year or two. You know, how's the compliance with doing this remotely and doing it through a third party?
Well, I think that in the beginning, the mistakes that you're making in a store now are not going to stop. Okay. Keeping an open line of communication with TBF is critical. You can't go into this thing thinking that, okay, I'm going to throw my hands up. I don't have to touch this anymore. I don't have to do anything. They're going to handle it all. You still got to dot your I's and cross your T's. You still got to be compliant. They'll call you out on these things and they'll send emails. And as long as somebody is answering those, and there's like I said, an open line of communication back and forth, then there's no issues. But once that breaks down, and the beauty of it is then I get a call. And, you know, so it's been, I put it this way. I had audits in the past. I've had write-offs in the past, significant ones. And even when I had it in-house, and I haven't had that since we outsourced it.
David, what about timeliness in processing the claims? Because I know, you know, it's not open-ended. You've only got a certain period of time with which to get those claims into the manufacturer. And a lot of times when you have someone on staff, if they call in sick or go on vacation for a week, you know, that gets put off very easily. And like you said, those are receivables. How's that been with the Jupiter Group?
We haven't had any issues with that. As a matter of fact, one of the things that, you know, in the car business, as you well know, at the end of the pay period and at the end of the month, it's crunch time. You know, I don't know why in this business we can't do things on a daily basis, but it just doesn't work that way. So the first thing that they do when they come in is say, you know, when is your payroll? When do the technicians get paid? And they're staffed up and ready for that. And you know, a perfect example is last Friday was a payroll day and our CDK system went down. And you know how I found out? TBF. We can't process claims. I'm like, well, wait a minute, the day's payroll, you know? So yeah, I mean, it's been a blessing.
And Tyler, to David's point, I know technicians like to get paid, okay, and get paid timely. You know, and that's obviously a very, very big reason why maybe even some dealers have been reluctant to want to do something like this. Tyler, speak to us about that and, you know, how you oversee that.
Yeah, actually, the program really helps the dealership on several levels, Ted. One of the things is expense. In a dealership, many times flagging the technicians breaks down because the warranty admin is the most skilled at, you know, at flagging the tech. The problem, though, is that the warranty admin is a finite person in a dealership, and that person's going to be missing at times. They're going to take vacation, they're going to get sick. And so what happens then is payroll must go on. And so what will frequently happen is the dealership will have to scramble to meet that payroll. And so what they'll do is they'll start shifting the bookings onto the advisors. Once they do that, it's just a matter of time before it shifts to the technicians, because the technicians will end up not trusting the advisors and they're flagging because they're going to vary quite a bit. And so the techs will spend a lot of time pre-looking up all the labor operations, and the dealerships just don't realize how much money that is. I mean, if you slow a tech down just 24 minutes a day looking up labor ops, that translates to 2 hours a week per tech lost. And when you put a number to what that means to you in gross profit, or just in sales rather, in sales figures, you're looking at probably $150,000 a year for 10 techs. If you have a 10 tech shop and you slow them down to 24 minutes, you're looking at about 150 grand a year. So it's just a huge amount of money there. And so the important thing is to free those techs up so they can work on the next vehicles and that they're comfortable, that their times are getting flagged properly. make sure that the advisors don't have to worry about the warranty lines. They can just flag the customer pay and internal. And then you have a reliable system like ours that's going to come in each day, flag the time, and especially before payroll. So we always track that time, just like Dave was saying.
And I have 255 technicians, so that adds up quick.
And David, of the 255, and that's an enormous number, I would imagine technicians are not the most eloquent when writing up work that's been performed on the dealership, at the dealership. Speak to us about that, because it's important not only to be compliant, but to document everything correctly according to the way the OEM wants it.
Well, some technicians are better than others. Some of them can't write a story to save their life, but yeah, it's the nice thing about it is sometimes a technician will write up a story and he leaves something out, and it could have been another 2 or 3 tenths for him if he'd have done it correctly. And a lot of times, because they do so many claims, they'll find that and tell us that. So it works out good for the technicians. And we have a lot of pre-recorded stories in our system too. So it helps the technician when it comes to putting his story in, unless it's a very complex job. So.
And from what I see, David, that the OEMs, there's constantly change in what you can apply for, what you're entitled to, and to get the maximum that you're entitled to, and not more than that, obviously. But has Jupiter been effective to making sure that you can recover everything that you're entitled to for each manufacturer, and being up to date with that? Because that's, like you said, there's a little bit here, a little bit there, but it all adds up, to a big pot of money at the end of the month.
Yeah, yes, they do. Now, when it comes to our submitting for warranty reimbursement rates, we use another company for that. But
Sure.
But when it comes to maximizing every repair order, they've done a very good job with that. I don't have any issues with that at all. Quite honestly, I don't. I wouldn't go back. I wouldn't go back to doing this again. I can tell you, every dealer in the country is going through. We're all the same. Nobody's reinvented the wheel here and come up with a better mousetrap. We all have personnel issues, the same personnel issues that I have, somebody else has, and again, hiring for that position and keeping somebody in it, it's just becoming so difficult. And as you stated earlier, this is a job that they got to be there 5 days a week, and sometimes 6. I can't have someone that wants to work 3 days a week on this job. And that seems to be the trend nowadays. Everybody wants to work half a week instead of
That's right. That's right.
So,
finally, if I can, David, speaking to your peers who are watching today, who are all looking for best practices and an edge, in service and parts and body shop, in terms of warranty, have you seen an improvement in your administration? And what would you say to your fellow fixed operations directors, vice presidents watching today, who are thinking about, perhaps outsourcing some of what, if not all of what they're doing today with warranty?
Well, I can tell you that I guess with me, the biggest thing, well, if you look at it from this perspective, if you have 5 stores and any one of those stores, you get into a situation where the claims have gotten old and you can't get them paid, and that's a huge deal. This can turn into, in the course of 2 months, as I stated before, you could have a write-off of $100,000, or you've got a warranty audit that costs you more than that. And when you got to factor all of that in when you're thinking about outsourcing. If that's one of the expenses that you incurred over the course of the last year, you got to add that to your personnel expense, because it went away. And I haven't had that since they took over. And to me, that's golden. And I can tell you, I'm no different than any other dealer in the country. I had a Hyundai store that I had to write off a lot of money. I've had a Chevrolet store that I had to write off a lot of money. And that was the reason that I outsourced this. I was done. I had a Ford store that I had to write off a lot of money. And, it was because of mistakes. It was because of things not getting done in a timely fashion. It was because of losing personnel. Somebody walked out. All of those things combined, I don't have to deal with it anymore.
Tyler, I'll give you the last word for dealers and folks watching today, like David in David's shoes, who are considering perhaps doing this.
Yeah, well, first off, I really appreciate Dave making time and coming on here to the Fixed Ops Roundtable and talking with us today. We really appreciate him and his organization. It's been a great mutual benefit, and we appreciate that very much. For everybody listening, I would just say that experience matters and specialization matters. And so when you're selecting a company, because we realize there's other options available out there, some with the new trend and the new gadget, but instead, what I tell most dealerships is that our service is most like an accountant. The dealers hire us for the same reason that you would hire your accountant. We're here to make it easier on you. We're here to get you paid to the fullest. And we're here to make sure you keep the money. And so when you pick a company that's been around as long as us, that makes a difference.
And David, a lot of eyes on fixed operations here in the spring of 2024. It's the place to be with all the different things that are factoring into the other parts of the dealership that we may not have control of. It's not going to be quite as easy as it was the last couple of years. So a lot more, if you will, focus on the good work that you're doing, David.
Yes, it is.
All right. I'd like to thank David Pickett. He's the Divisional Service Operations Manager at Hall Automotive, part of MileOne Automotive Group, a great name in our industry, and Tyler Nathan from TPF Jupiter Warranty for being with us. Gentlemen, thank you on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
Tyler, that was an amazing interview with David Pickett from Hall Automotive. Tell us a little bit how your organization works.
Yes, Ted. Our organization is structured in a way that we provide a team support. So that's one of the reasons why we're able to process more claims more efficiently than a dealership can, and that's where our profit comes from. Our service consultant, first off, comes out to the store to make sure there's a seamless transition. During that installation, we're going to spend time with the techs and the advisors talking about compliance and so forth, but we're also going to make sure that there's good communication. It's very important that we don't turn your service manager into our warranty assistant. Secondly, our warranty admin processes the claims. So what they're going to do is they're very specialized, and we load them up with tons of the same manufacturer so that we don't have any jacks of all trades here. They're all experts. We're also our posting folks. They come in and they post the payments right from the manufacturer right into your accounting. And we also follow up and review any differences, find out why it's paid differently, and of course, make adjustments for you should you need it. And we follow up and actually manage your warranty schedule. That's why we refer to it as warranty management. So the next thing here is a warranty. This is just a recap of all the things that we do for our dealers. So the first thing is that we train your service personnel from the beginning, like we talked about. We book the techs reliably and quickly. We create accountability through communication. So we do that by making sure that the information gets back to the individuals who generated the claim. We close warranty repairs very quickly. We're going to submit them to the factory. We're going to post your warranty payments, reconcile the statement. We're going to correct rejects very quickly. We do analyze short paid claims. So we're not going to tell you to write something off if you're entitled to it. We're going to fight for it and appeal the claim if necessary. We do make journal adjustments for you. We provide some helpful reports. We do clean your warranty schedule, manage continued training requirements for you. We ensure help's always available, so we're not going to leave you high and dry for a vacation. We pursue the maximum claim value. We also adhere to the manufacturer's policies, and we alert upper management of any risky procedures. We also assist with the factory trend report and give some other warranty-related advice.
Very good.
You might say, well, that program sounds very expensive, but actually the cost of it is generally about what you pay for an in-house person, sometimes less. And the best part about it, though, is it's flexible. None of us have a crystal ball. We don't know what the future is going to bring. And you can see that this dealership was cruising along when COVID happened and they plummeted. And so that's the blues, the volume of warranty. And of course, then they rebounded. The nice thing about our program is that the cost tracks with what you're doing. And you'll notice it doesn't go all the way up to these high points because we use chart price, chart billing, which means that the more volume you send to us in particular months, you're going to pay us more for doing it, but there's discounts automatically built in. Rather than paying overtime, you're actually getting a better break. And then the last thing I want to talk about just really quickly is that with us, you're extremely secure when it comes to data security. That's more important than ever nowadays. And first off, we don't extract any data or insert any data. If you do pull information out of a DMS and then jam it back in there, if there's issues with files, you can have corruptions. In our case, we don't do any of that. Our people, our experienced warranty admins just simply do their job in a remote session. So our agreements also limit our use of data to just processing your claims. We can't do anything else with them, with your data. The FTC and the ITC security guidelines, we follow them. We also provide workstations to all of our team players that are company provided. On those managed PCs, we use cloud-driven AI endpoint detection and response software to make sure that there's no viruses on them. We also, all of our employees sign data security agreements, and we carry insurance of $5 million for data security. And so that's our logo, is that we're beyond warranty administration, we're warranty management.
And Tyler, thank you so much on behalf of the Fix Ops Roundtable. And again, great to hear one of the industry retail leaders and David Pickett joining us today. So Tyler, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ted. Thanks for having me.
For most dealerships, warranty administration is one of the least satisfying segments of their business. It is difficult to staff, claims expire quickly, losses are common, and there is an even greater risk of audit liability than with the IRS. Luckily, TBF Jupiter Warranty Management is here to help you improve claim quality, accelerate cash flow, increase revenue, reduce audit liability, and simplify operations with seamless integration. Much like the IRS, each manufacturer has created its own complex system for warranty administration. TBF Jupiter Management starts by requesting volume information from the dealer. This is so we can ensure that you will receive an OEM-specific warranty administration expert. Next, a consultant will visit your dealership to conduct on-site documentation training with your entire service team. Once administration begins, our assigned admins log directly into your DMS system to work on open but completed warranty repair orders. When the RO pays on the next statement, our posting team posts the revenue directly into the dealer's accounting, leaving differences on the schedule for review. And you will never have to ask us about an age discrepancy because our statements team reviews your warranty schedule each month and creates a status report of all aged balances. These overlapping teams make our service the best in the industry. Our dealers have a personal relationship with their assigned admins, and those admins get support from our entire team. That support allows our admins to process more claims than other systems and improve their efficiency. Since we collect more, improve claim quality, and cost less, the real question is, why would you do anything else? To learn more and receive a personalized quote, please visit our website and complete the online contact form at warrantymanaged.com.
Maximize your efficiency with Marco, Ed, and Reynolds in the Tech Efficiency panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. It wasn't but 5 years ago that Marco Zwanenburg recommended we get together industry professionals to trade ideas, best practices on what's happening in the industry. And we're very grateful to Marco for helping put together that very first Fixed Ops Roundtable. And Marco has another idea that he came to us recently with, and that is the basis for this panel. So I'd like to welcome everybody to our panel. Marco, I'll let you do the honors and introduce everybody that we have here today.
Good. Thank you so much for that. Yes, like you said, this has been my brainchild because, as a technician, we work a lot with Reynolds. Mostly Reynolds. Some of us do other stuff, but in typical fashion, I was thinking, what would Marco do to be more efficient about this? And I took it straight to the top. You and I talked about this, and here we are with Shannon Succato. She is the Vice President of Customer Services for the Reynolds and Reynolds Company. How are you, Shannon?
Doing well, thanks.
Glad to have you on board. It's fantastic to have you, and looking forward to what you have to say. Then next we have Kyle Brose, Master Technician at Bauer Ford Lincoln, and he also does mobile service. Thank you for coming on board, Kyle, and hopefully that you can shed some light on some issues that you see, and we can get some answers on those as well. How are you?
Good. Thank you for having me.
Perfect. Thank you for being here. All right, Ed. Last but not least, here's the Ed Roberts. How are you today, sir? I mean, no further introduction is needed for Ed Roberts. Thank you for joining me on this panel, and looking forward to your input.
Marco, glad to be here and glad to represent Reynolds and Reynolds, and looking forward to what's ahead.
Perfect. Well, with all that said, are we all ready to kick it off? Because I hear that Shannon's got a lot of information for us. So, Shannon, we all know that technicians, we like to be efficient in the shop. Technicians make the money, so the more efficient we are, the more money the entire dealership makes. So, working with Reynolds and Reynolds, what tips do you have to maximize technician efficiency using Reynolds and Reynolds?
Well, there are quite a few, obviously, like you mentioned. I've got several things to share, but I think really the easiest and quickest thing is make your job easier. So learn the software and learn the shortcuts in the software that can help you be faster. The best and easiest tip along those lines, in my opinion, is the sidebar. So there is a sidebar where you can set up commonly used, procedures, your favorites, things like that. So the things that you're going to be using over and over and over, save yourself the keystrokes, set those up on your sidebar, and you've got one-click access to those. Same on hotkeys. The Era Ignite system offers several hotkeys to get to commonly used functions. Control H to get to history. Alt Q if you don't use advanced service to get to a parts requisition. Using those shortcuts can really help save the time, again, from searching through the screen, clicking. Right-clicking to copy the VIN is another big one. If you're needing to paste a VIN somewhere, 17 characters is a lot to type, or even if you're looking at
Do you find that it's making you more efficient in using Reynolds and, able to scoot along faster and make more hours?
Yeah, I'm on especially white screen era. Blue screen, I didn't have as much experience in when it first started out, but definitely the white screen era, I've been using the sidebars and the hotkeys since day one. So,
well, I want to tie into to some of what we have Cal here. He's one of our field specialists. He's our lead field specialist on mobile. And in mobile, these guys have to use a lot more of Reynolds than we would typically use as a technician because we're creating the repair orders and doing all those other elements with it. And so you don't want them hunting for all that stuff out there. So it's very important to set up that sidebar as you're talking about and having those links to be able to quickly access something and then be familiar with all the function keys that for refresh and for next RO and update and all of them so that you can keep things moving rather than trying to find this, make sure you did that, because it leaves stuff out. It's easy to forget stuff and you don't have it sitting there.
Excellent point. Excellent point. Thank you. One more thing about this, the basics on it. What I find is when I'm standing looking at a screen of my workflow with an RO that's open, does everybody know that there's a very easy way to check if a special order part had come in for that vehicle? Because you will find out that halfway up your screen in blue it says SPORD. You ever click on that and see what has been ordered, what has arrived, and what has not? That's a great feature on top of your route sheet, I personally think.
I'll add a little bit to that as well, because a lot of times when we're out in the shop, and I certainly spent my time out there as well, when we're out there, we don't want to go back and forth to the advisor and ask if all the parts are here to the parts counter or wherever we got to go back and forth to. We know we have the vehicle here. We can check and see what came in, see if everything's there, and it shows right at our fingertips whether we have 8 of the 10 parts or all 10 of them so that we can keep the ball rolling.
And I was just going to say, from advisor and technician standpoint, another thing it's in my quick menus is always going to be like the open RO counts, the advisor performance, the technician flag hours, stuff like that. They're always over there for quick access too.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. So how about we'll go over to the general workflow. So here's something besides the quick accesses. Workflow is very important in the shop for everybody, for advisors, for technicians, for parts. What can you help us with when it comes to workflow that not everybody may know?
One of the things that we commonly recommend is that technicians do the multi-point inspection first before they really dig into what the customers, why did the customer come? And the reason for that is if you complete that multi-point inspection and you have any recommendations that you find on the car, it allows your advisors the opportunity to present those to the customer while they're there. The technician can start working on whatever else, was happening. And then they save that time that they can be getting those approvals while they're still working. So I think from a workflow standpoint, that's a, one that's often recommended. Using the electronic report card, I think probably, that's something that you guys are all familiar with that's available. You really want to dial that in. Something that can make you very efficient is a dialed in report card where it's really your one-stop shop, where you're looking at the most commonly recommended items, making sure you're thoroughly checking through the vehicle. I've seen dealerships do some different things in the way they set up that report card, the order of the items on the report card, if they can control it, if they have the autonomy to make those determinations. But, to make it faster in the way that the technician is walking around the car and setting up the multi-point in that way, taking pictures that you can share with a customer that explains, a lot quicker, when you can see the picture of something that's going on with the car or a video that's of something that's going on with the car. It's an easier way and a quicker way than typing out 1,000 words, to show the same thing. So a few suggestions there.
Marco and Shannon, I have a question, if you don't mind, and the question is for Ed and Kyle as well. I know Bozard's unique in that Ed, you've championed those 2-person teams throughout the shop. How does that affect when you do the workflow? Is there one person who is doing all the entry into the Ignite system? How does that happen?
So every 2-man team is different. And Quicklane are very structured, but outside of Quicklane, every 2-man team is different, and so they'll take a different approach to things. And so, like Shannon was talking about doing the multiple point inspection, when you sell something, you can convert it to an opcode. If you don't sell it, you can convert it to a recommend not done. But then that's also if both techs are going back to the computer, they can both see everything that's there. They don't. So it's another layer of communication there that spreads the word to everybody involved.
Yeah, you hit it on the head with communication. I think communication is key. And so having established processes for communication and processes for, getting the tasks done throughout the shop and the communication back and forth with advisors, parts, that is key for sure.
Absolutely. That's why I love the messaging for option on the Reynolds system. The in-house messaging is tremendous for this kind of communication. Shannon, you brought up that do the inspection first while the customer is still sitting there, because as we all know, seeing is believing. But when it comes to photos and videos, tell us a little bit about Service Snap.
Yeah, so Service Snap allows you to take both pictures and videos. You can do that on a mobile device. So, the technician can be walking around with a mobile device to do that. One of, I think, the real benefits that is often not thought of, and that I think is a huge efficiency, it could be, potential efficiency saver, is once you've got those videos and once you've got those pictures, that you can send them to the customer right then. So the technician, if you choose to do so, you can allow your technicians to send that information straight to the customer so that they can begin looking at that. Or again, we talked about being in the lounge. If you got a customer in the lounge, the advisor can take that straight there and get that information to the customer a lot quicker. Again, just improving that efficiency and the technician's ability to keep working while you're getting approvals.
Perfect. Thank you, Shannon. Kyle, how do you use the multi-point, especially on mobile? I'm interested in.
So with our multi-point, we're doing the initial inspection right off the bat and getting that information back to the advisors or anything we find so that they can work on an upsell while we start doing whatever the service is on the vehicle. And it's also a big key for them out there to notate any kind of damage or anything like that, because, we don't want to have an issue where down the road they discover something that, was already predetermined or there before the service, and then we're backtracking and don't have anything to go off of. So it's a good helping cover ourselves and making sure the technicians are finding everything on the vehicle and making sure that we're getting all those upsells to the customer and all making sure all their issues are covered.
Perfect. Thank you. I got one last question on the MPIs, Shannon. I like to look at previous inspections. Is there a way that I can call up the previous report card?
There is. You can actually see that through history. So if you go into the system and look up the vehicle history, you can actually see previous inspections. When you suggest a repair that the customer declines, it gives you that opportunity in the future. Again, it's another selling opportunity in the future. And it also, I think, promotes trust with your customer and confidence in your service department when a customer comes back and you say, hey, last time, we noticed your tires were getting a little low. They were yellow perhaps, and it wasn't time yet, but we probably want to look at that this time and check again and see where you're at. And then I think that just kind of fosters that confidence and belief that you're looking out for them and that you know what you're doing and things like that. So just kind of an added benefit as well.
It creates a layer of efficiency that we're looking for as well, because it's easy to go back and look and see, well, maybe we didn't do it the last time, but it's easy to, once the tech sees that we recommended it, go back and look and see if it was done. And it saves time and re-looking everything over and already having a preset deal of, hey, let me just verify that it hasn't been done yet. So talking about creating the efficiencies, that's the key to noting all those things so they're right there in our fingertips.
Absolutely. Kyle, you have anything to add, my friend?
I was just going to say too, with note taking and the multi-points and stuff like that, just to kind of go on a different path, like repeat repairs and stuff. Unfortunately, every once in a while they do happen and stuff, but good note taking and all the inspections and pictures and stuff like that are easy for the next technician to be able to go in and make sure he knows what happened, where we're at with it, or if it's the same technician where he picked up and left off and stuff. So it's very efficient for that as well.
One of the biggest issues for technicians is, waiting for customer approval. So there really is no workflow, no efficiency if we lag on that part too long. So I really appreciate how Reynolds has speed these things up. So tell us about how does it come along, Shannon? What's the functionality to get the customer approval and the technician to work quickly?
Well, if you want to talk quickly, we've talked already about communication. And I think once again, we hit on communication, or I do in response to this, is being able to send information electronically to customers. It is what they are used to in today's world, is getting texts, getting information via email. And so the system allows that via e-approval or with the vehicle condition report, that you can send it directly to the customer via text or via email so that they can be looking over that information. A customer can much more quickly respond to an email than an advisor. Type in the number into their phone and reaching out to the customer. And even if the advisor is calling or the advisor is going into the lounge to talk through with the customer the recommendations that were made, having that information ahead of time, a lot of times can kind of grease the wheels, if you will, for that conversation to make that go more smoothly.
The email feature is fantastic. One for just, I'll give you an example for me. For when I did fleet service, a lot of times the owner or anything like that is not physically present. It's always an employee or something like that. So we're able to get the information back to them on their vehicles, on the service they are, for them to keep documentation, everything, and having an email on file and being able to just send it right over just makes it seamless and keeps good documentation for them as well.
And the system keeps track on all these communications, so there's never a "you didn't tell us." Correct, Shannon?
Liability is one thing, but a lot of techs really like it too, because I think it was Kyle who mentioned earlier, you go back and you can look and see exactly what you did before, what recommendations were made. It can also go back to the technician that initially made the recommendation, which, I think is a big plus for the technician also. So yeah, for a lot of reasons, there's real benefit to that electronic communication and the information being saved in Era Ignite.
Little small things too. We upload all of our documents and do document view too. So it really makes it nice for when you go back and say you need a number for, an aftermarket warranty or something, and the customer doesn't have it, but, the previous advisor or the previous technician wrote it down and stuff like that. It's just, there's so many key factors that come into play that just help you out with the daily workflow and stuff like that. So,
and then talking about electronic communication, we're also tying the tech to the advisor, to the parts person, to the customer. Everything's in one circle. So if we have things going on, we don't have to leave our bay. There is, Marco, you know this better than anybody, there is no flat rate hours in the parts department. Those flat rate hours are in our bays, and going back and forth is a loss of time, much less the time spent in there as well.
One thing that I marvel about is, I've been doing this for a long, long time. And it used to be that the customer never got to see the technician or talk to the technician. And now we're becoming a focal point of communication, that being able to talk to the technician, having communication with the technician in whatever form, really creates trust, transparency, and repeat business. So holding that in mind, Shannon, I would like to ask you about the advanced services suite of tools that Reynolds offers to help with that.
Yeah, absolutely. So some of the things that we've talked about are pieces of that advanced service suite. So e-approval, Service Snap, where you can take pictures and videos. Some of those are things that are embedded within advanced service. But advanced service is a way that to promote that communication between your advisors, your technicians, the parts counter people. It has a specific forced march to it, where you set your parameters, set your processes like we've talked about, and make sure that those are followed consistently each time. One of the big benefits is SPG, Service Pricing Guide, and honing in on your operations, which parts need to be sold, what the pricing is. I mean, that's a huge efficiency piece there and a time saver. Being able to see, somebody mentioned earlier, being able to see if those parts are in stock and how many you have in stock. You can see all that through SPG. And, if you can really get your Service Pricing Guide prices and operations dialed in, you can save a ton of time because it's there at your fingertips. It's right every time. You're consistent every time in your quotes. It's just all there for you and done. So all of those pieces of advanced service, I think some of those we've talked about before, but I think all of that plays really well together in improving efficiency.
Love it. Efficiency is what it's all about for us all, not just the technicians, but Kyle, what do you think about the advanced service tools and the e-approval?
The biggest thing I love about what she touched on was SPG. I mean, that is a time saver right there. That's fantastic because not only is it giving you, pretty much what the out the door price is going to be for them and everything like that, but it gives you what the one-time use parts are, what the parts availability are, everything. It's kind of just streamlines to where you're able to get back to the customer a lot quicker. Like, hey, you need this, but this is what you're looking at, and it's minutes instead of 20, 30 minutes of going back and forth between parts and everything else. It really makes it a lot more streamlined.
A really simple tip, it's going to sound overly simplified here, but I'm going to share it, is to make use of the service pricing guide analyst that is available to every Reynolds dealership that has service pricing guide. That's an easy tip that, I think sometimes people will let it go like, oh yeah, I noticed that I needed to change the pricing on this op code, or this part isn't right. I need to do, whatever it may be, utilize the resources that are there. Every Reynolds account has an SPG analyst, and you can call them at any time to help you make changes to the service price guide.
So let me chime in there, because I'm glad you mentioned that, Shannon, because there is so much of our DMSs that we don't use, and we don't use it because we don't know what's there. And you guys are out there in the audience today and thinking, man, I don't see that, I don't do that, I don't use that. Well, reach out to your Reynolds rep and ask those questions. And why don't we have this, or why aren't we using this? Because a lot of times it's there, you just haven't been introduced to it yet. And all of this stuff tied together is what makes us all more efficient. So let's make sure that we're using the tools available to us, and don't be afraid to ask the rep for some guidance or to show you how to set up the favorites menu or whatever else. So if you're talking about some stuff that you haven't used, don't be afraid to ask, how can you use it?
So the last thing I want to mention about SPG is what I like about it. It creates consistency. You do not get 3-4 different quotes out of the same shop for the same repair. If we all could stick to SPG, again, now we're building on customer trust. We're building repeat business. We're keeping the base full. We're staying efficient. I think SPG is highly underrated and underutilized. And as Ed said, if you do not know how to use it, how to set it up, and like in Shannon's point, there's an analyst available for you, and your personal Reynolds and Reynolds rep. Use these guys. Come on, that's what they're there for. Shannon will send them out and tell them how to do their job. Right, Shannon?
Absolutely. Well, we also have utilization partners that are in your dealerships, no additional charge. They are assigned to your dealerships. They have a group of dealerships that they work with who will come in and help your dealership work on efficiency, profitability, and they will come with ideas. They will come with, ideas for projects you can work on to improve efficiency, to improve profitability. Make use of those folks. We've got our utilization partners, our Reynolds performance managers, whose job, that is their job, is to help you at the dealership be more efficient and be more profitable. So certainly we want everyone taking advantage of that as well. And they will proactively visit your stores.
Thank you, Shannon. So coming to a close of this panel, which I think has been highly productive. Anyone watching this 30 minutes right here, if you implement them, will pay you back in hours and hours tomorrow. So managers, if you're watching this, let your techs watch it. Take notes and just bring it out in the shop at the next meeting. It's like, hey guys, listen up, because we're always interested to hear. So before we close this up, let's roll it around the floor. Kyle, any closing statements, my friend?
On with Reynolds and everything, I'll give you an example for our technicians out in the field. We're writing the tickets, we're speaking to the customer, we're working on the estimates and helping with the advisor and stuff. So I mean, Reynolds with all their features the whole way around just makes life so much easier as a mobile technician.
Okay. Shannon, the floor is yours. Closing statements.
Oh, closing statements. Well, I appreciate the time today. I appreciate being asked to chat with you guys. Hopefully some of the tips that I've provided specific to Ignite are helpful for some folks. And again, to reiterate, if you need help, there are people at Reynolds who are available to assist you. So don't hesitate. Call the Technical Assistance Center, reach out to your utilization partner, talk to your account manager, get with that service pricing guide analyst, use your resources.
Exactly, folks. Do what Shannon says. Ed, what do you have for us, my friend?
So I'll tie it together, as Cal stated, that as being one of our field specialists, that out in field we are the technician, the advisor, the parts person. We are everything. We can't go back and forth to a counter. We can't do all those things. So it all has to tie together. And we have to familiarize ourselves with it and make ourselves efficient. And if we're struggling with understanding, Shannon's offered the help to come out and get her team out to help you use the system to the best of your ability and use it for what it's capable of. And then when you do those things, we get better. And when we get better, we get more efficient. And when we get more efficient, we turn more hours. We make things happen. And we make customers happy. And like Tully says, we're in the repeat and referral business. If we're not making things happen, we're not doing much for the repeat or referral business. So got to keep things flowing.
Thank you so much, Ed. Ted, I think that we have brought you quite a bit of information here in packed in a half hour. What do you think?
Marco, I see Ed smiling ear to ear, Shannon also. And I know Tully would be very proud of you as well, because he tells us it's all about the hours. And you've shown us numerous ways. Thank you, everybody on the panel, to build a whole lot of hours and save a whole lot of time and efficiency. And Ed, we're seeing now, if I may comment, the technician is becoming more and more, Ed, out in front, the face of the dealership. And I see that manufacturers are starting to recognize that, and other companies are as well. So, Ed, I think we're still at the infancy of that, and that's a huge turning point. And I see Marco and Kyle as a big part of that.
Absolutely. We've had too many touch points forever. And when we can bring that down and narrow down those touch points, we can make everything more efficient for everybody involved, the customer and our staff included. And everybody wins when that happens.
Marco, fantastic job on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Great work in moderating this panel. On behalf of the panel, everybody, we want to thank Reynolds and Reynolds as well. For more information on the resources that Reynolds offers, you can visit rayray.com/ignite, rayray.com/ignite. On behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, very grateful to Reynolds and Reynolds for hosting this panel. I want to thank our panelists today, Kyle Brose from Bozard Ford Lincoln, Ed Roberts from Bozard Ford Lincoln as well, Shannon Succato from Reynolds and Reynolds, Vice President of Customer Success Services, and the one and only Marco Zwanenburg, Technician Extraordinaire from Naples Luxury Imports. Everybody, the Enhancing Technician Efficiency and Profit panel here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hey Vince, sorry to keep you waiting. Not a problem, Tim. How you doing? How busy our shop is today? I know. It's amazing how much business.
What Tim doesn't realize is that his service department could be a lot more efficient. For example, Frank tossed away some technician recommendations because he thinks they're too costly. And look at Mike. He just upset this customer by misquoting repairs. Even his lead advisor let this customer leave without recording any recommended or declined services. On top of all that, I see data reentry and techs leaving their base. I can help Tim stop losing money with better processes. Tim, I've got a lot of great ideas I want to share with you. Let's go to your office and talk about those.
Come on in.
Perfect.
When I first started here as a service advisor, our process for upsells was pretty much old school. The work order was written up, the technician would do the report. Our multi-point inspection was still carbon copies. When the technician had recommendations, they wrote it on the back of the hard copy. The parts departments would do a parts request for the technician. The technician then would walk over to the advisor and let the advisor know if parts are available. Everything was handwritten, not much of a process. Advanced Service has built communication with technician, advisor, and parts, and it's actually made our departments work better together. Advanced Service has had a huge impact on our hours per RO. In February, we were averaging about 1.5 to 1.6. From April to December of last year, we averaged about 2.5 hours per RO. We have taken over 300 or 400 more ROs per month. Our gross per RO has increased to over $200. So we can definitely tell the Advanced Service is working for our store. I really feel that Advanced Service is the best tool you can use to make sure your shop is efficient. If you're struggling with people walking around the shop, the technician hanging out in the parts department, the advisor not at their desk, phones not being answered, Advanced Service will eliminate those issues you're having. If you're trying to find something that's going to help your shop be more efficient, it's Advanced Service.
When it comes to phones and service, you'll want to give this industry leader a call. Our next speaker is Jonathan Jackson from TotalCX.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. The phones have never been more important than they are today, especially in the fixed operations arena. Today, I want to turn to a subject matter expert. Jonathan Jackson is with us. He is the Chief Experience Officer at TotalCX, TotalCX.com, a great friend of the retail community. Jonathan, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hey, thanks, Ted. Thanks for having me.
Jonathan, exciting to have you here. And let me just say, for a company like TotalCX to have the Chief Experience Officer, when that's what it's all about, is a great honor. So appreciate your insights and, again, all you do for the retail community.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So let's talk a little bit about it. Phones, like I mentioned, have probably been never more important. We survey a lot of the people who come to the roundtable, and they say, there's so much on the phone that we got to be aware of, and not necessarily, making it very difficult, but sort of the easy stuff like answering the phone and, making sure that the experience does not deliver friction. You're the Chief Experience Officer. What is a CX mindset? What does that mean? What does that mean to you? What should that mean to our industry?
So a CX mindset, to talk about it, in the marketplace right now is really competitive. And so dealerships need to do everything that they can to differentiate themselves from their competitors, right? And one way to do that is by providing a superior customer experience. A CX mindset is essential. It is absolutely essential for a dealership to be successful. It's essential for any business, not just a dealership, but any business that wants to be successful in the long term. It's a way of thinking. So when you think about that CX mindset, I call it the mindset because it's a way of thinking. It puts the customer at the front of the business, at the forefront. It puts the customer at the center of everything. So when a dealer is thinking about anything that goes on, any type of process and procedure, put the customer right there in the center of it and start thinking, how would the customer react to it? How would the customer behave? How would the customer be satisfied with this? And meeting those needs will definitely help the dealer in the long run.
And is that what you do at TotalCX, based on what I've learned so far?
Absolutely. CX, when we talk about CX, like everybody's throwing it out now. Everybody's throwing around the term CX, but it's a sum of all of the interactions that a customer has with the company. From the first touch point all the way to the last. It's a sum of all of those. So we can't be confused and so laser focused that CX is only on the front side. But even after you sell a customer, after you have the customer, CX is still important for the life cycle of that customer, for the whole experience. You think about companies, and I'll just do some promotion while I'm here today, but you think about companies like Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A is known for what? Their customer experience, their customer service. The jury is still out on the food. Some people like it, some don't. But one thing that we all can agree on is that you're going to have an excellent experience when you go. The people are going to be nice. They're going to be friendly. And because of that, what do? We keep going back, right? So the customer experience, it can really make up for a lot of shortcomings. So that's one of the things we really have to focus on in automotive is that customer experience, making sure that our customers are having the best experience possible.
And on that Chick-fil-A experience, it's a lot of the little things, right, that they do. My pleasure, and greeting the customer ahead of time outside, acknowledging the customer, repeating the order. A lot of these little things are what gets the guest's attention, isn't it?
Absolutely. You know, the line at Chick-fil-A is longer than any other fast food line. But guess what we do? We go and we sit in that line. Why? Because the experience is going to be pleasurable.
So let's talk about that a little bit. Jonathan, what are some of the benefits of having a CX mindset? They say that everything in life begins with mindset. So what are the benefits of having a CX mindset?
For one, it can help businesses improve their customer satisfaction, their loyalty, because like I just said, when customers have a positive experience, they're more likely to do business again and again. But not only that, they'll start telling others about the great experience that they had. I tell this story often, Ted, about my wife. My wife has a 2007 Honda Accord that she will not get rid of. It's still running today. She still takes it to work. She has another vehicle, but she still drives this Honda Accord. The young people at church, she always tell them, let your first car be a Honda Accord. It'll last you all the way through college, all the way to your first job. She is the promoter of Honda Accord. Why? Because she had a great experience. And that great experience, not just in
mindset and focusing on the customer and putting the customer really first in everything that you do?
Absolutely. So one of the things that I focus on that I've come to learn, Ted, is the people. So of course, I'm the chief experience officer. I want all of our clients to have a great experience. But one of the ways that they're going to have that great experience is if we have the right people. If we have the right people in our organization and they're trained, they're shown that they're cared for, we're making sure they have pleasurable experience as an employee, they'll make sure that our customers have a great experience. So I start with our people here that work for us, and then we take that and they multiply that among their dealers. And so now all of our customers are having a great experience because we have people that care.
And you do a lot more than that, Jonathan. You also measure a lot of things. I want you to speak to that if you could today. You and I were speaking in the green room before we got started about things that matter a lot, okay, to the experience, the customer sentiment, and things along those lines. If you would, tell us a little bit more about that.
Absolutely. So at TotalCX, we provide language-aware communication services. And those services bring businesses real-time insight and response capabilities. So we're using our AI. So we're listening to those calls, keywords. We're listening for competitors. What are your customers saying on the phone? Are they saying that your prices are too high? Are they saying that it's taking too long? You know, how many times have we heard that in service? Hey, it's taking too long. When is my vehicle going to be ready? We're listening for all of that. We're listening for sentiment. Are they upset? Are they using profanity? We can provide alerts in real time for managers to jump into action. What better time to solve a problem than right now? You know, you don't have to wait till the survey comes. You don't have to wait till your scores dip. You can jump into action right now with our services and see, okay, Ted's unhappy. I've got Ted on the call right now, and he's asking for a manager. He's using profanity. He's upset. How, as a manager, I want to get involved now so that I can resolve the problem and make my customers happy. And again, that goes back to that CX mindset, because a lot of times we're not aware of an issue or a problem until it's all blown up, until we get a bad survey. And now we're looking at the report and saying, okay, this person is unhappy. This person said it took too long. This person said the price was too high. Where we could, what TotalCX does, we help you jump in right now.
You know, something that you just said, a lot of the managers who watch, the retail managers who watch the Fixed Ops Roundtable have told me that getting alerts is important to them, and knowing in real time what's going on. Is that something that TotalCX does on a regular basis, taking these insights and feeding it back to the dealership?
Absolutely. That's what we pride ourselves in. But it's not one thing that I found, Ted, over the years, is that sometimes the alerts can become white noise if you start sending too many. If you're getting an alert for everything, then nothing's important, right? So we allow managers to dictate exactly what's important to them. If there's a specific keyword that's important to you, put that in. If there's a certain phrase that you want to know about, put that in. And then we'll alert you on what's important to you.
If I was a dealership who didn't have the ability to take advantage of this technology that you've got, which I understand is the latest technology, Jonathan, I would be at a disadvantage if I don't have these insights. Would that be correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And our dealers tell us all the time, and that's one of the things that helps us with our CX mindset, is we're going and we're surveying our dealers. We want to know, is this helping you? How many deals have you been able to save? Because it's not just on service side. Our sales managers are using this as well, right? How many deals have you saved using this product? How many deals were missed opportunities that you were able to get back in and actually close a deal? So now we have a product that's going to capture your whole dealership, not just certain departments, but the entire dealership. And each manager now has a tool where they can be successful.
We're speaking today to Jonathan Jackson. He's the Chief Experience Officer at a company called TotalCX, works with dealerships, retail dealerships, in the space of communication over the phone. Nothing more important, certainly, in fixed operations and service and parts. And we're talking about developing a CX mindset. Jonathan, how do you develop that mindset? You know, you and I have seen a lot in the industry over the last many years, but how do you get to the point where you say, okay, I'm ready to develop that CX mindset?
Okay, I have a few tips that can help with that. First thing that I would suggest, and I stated it earlier, put the customer at the center of everything you do. You know, it sounds simple, but it really takes a little brainstorming and a little work. Put the customer at the center of everything you do. This means understanding their needs, their wants, their pain points. Then, once you do that, design and deliver experiences that meet those needs. You know, a lot of times we just want to identify the pain point. No, now we have to identify and create an experience that will deliver to those needs. A great example of that is when you go into service, you have the waiting area, right? They try to make that as comfortable as possible. They have the little place for the kids, which my kids enjoy, by the way. They go over there, and then you have the TV, something to take your mind off of it, to make it seem like your wait isn't that long. Someone thought about the pain point, and then they created an experience to deliver to that pain point, to solve the problem. So that's the first thing that we have to do, right? Number two, listen to your customers. People will tell you exactly what they need. Get feedback from your customers on their experience with your company, and use that feedback to improve your customer experience. You know, a lot of times we want to get so defensive, but we have to use that feedback to really give the customers what they need. One thing I learned in life is people will tell you what they need if you ask. You know, another way, empower your employees. This is one thing that I've taken into practice. Empower your employees to make decisions that are in the best interest of the customer. Customers want their needs taken care of quickly, not let me go and talk to this person and get back to you 3 days later. We want to make sure that customers have the best experience possible. So give your employees the authority to resolve customer issues quickly and efficiently. Right? And last thing, measure and track your data. Okay. If you're going to take time to get the data and ask the questions, measure it and track it, and identify the areas where you can improve your customer experience.
I got to ask you as a follow-up, Jonathan, what are some, because I know there's going to be challenges in adopting this type of mindset. What are some of the things that you've seen, the resistance, the challenges that have come up to adopting this CX mindset?
Oh, yes, Ted. There are a number of challenges associated with adopting this mindset because you're changing company culture. You know, a CX mindset requires a company-wide shift in thinking. Employees need to be focused on their customers, right? And their needs. They need to be empowered to make decisions that for the best interest of the customer. This can be a difficult change for some companies, especially those that have a long history of being product focused, right? So then you have to measure customer experience. That in itself, it sounds easy, but that can be a challenge, right? Customer experience is a complex thing to measure, only because, Ted, you may see it one way, I may see it a total different way. Where you may say, you know what, that was a great experience. I may say, you know what, that was a little challenging, I don't know. So measuring customer experience can be difficult. Another thing that can be a challenge, getting everybody on board. Yeah. Getting everybody on board can be challenging because it requires buy-in of everyone in the company, from the CEO all the way down to the frontline employees. Everybody has to be on the same page. Everyone needs to be aligned on the importance to make the customer experience the best thing possible.
You mentioned company culture, if I can, just as a follow-up, Jonathan, come back to that. You know, we're hearing a lot now. It seems the last 2, 3, 4 years, a lot about culture, but you've been in this space a long time. There was a time not long ago, 5, 10, 15 years ago, when company culture was not quite as attractive as it is today, yet now we're hearing about it left and right.
Absolutely. The culture of your company is everything. How you handle employees, how are they treated, what's going on in your company. Like I told you before, Ted, if you have excited, happy employees, if your morale is high, now those employees are going to make sure that those customers have the best experience possible. And so it all starts with make sure the employees are taken care of. If they're taken care of, they'll take care of your customers.
Jonathan, if I'm a dealer or a manager watching today and I want to take action on improving the experience at my dealership, okay, and using the tools that TotalCX has, is it difficult to get started? What are the steps? How do I do it?
First thing you do is go to TotalCX.com, contact us. Once you get in connect with us, then we'll figure out what your needs are. Once we figure out what your needs are, it's just a simple conversation. Once we have that conversation, we'll get you aligned with our representatives. We have someone holding your hand from beginning to end and making sure that all of your needs are met. We have everything from call tracking all the way to phone systems, and we're able to track and record on all of those. So definitely have what every dealer needs and every dealer should want at TotalCX.
In fact, you provide those tools and the measurement tools to management and to dealers. Tell us just a little bit about that, because I think that's fascinating. That if I was a dealer, I wouldn't want to be without that information, because like you said, if a customer is concerned about price, you know, they may be saying it, but my employees may not be hearing it, but you're going to be listening for that all the time and report that back to the dealership.
Absolutely. So we're one of the few companies that can actually record every phone call, Ted. We can record every phone call from every department, sales, service, BDC, parts, the whole 9 yards. The entire dealership is being recorded. There's no missed calls, right? We integrate with CRM. So now you have 100% integration, 100% accountability, right? So now you know what's going on the phones. You know what your customers' needs are. You know what making sure they have that great experience. You get to set up your keywords. You get to put in alerts on things that are important to you. We have our system set up to pull out those keywords from the conversation. So now you know what's being said on your phones. So it's all about 100% accountability.
Everybody, we're going to hear a lot more about it in the coming months and years. If you're not on board yet, do it now. Reach out to Jonathan Jackson and the people at TotalCX. Jonathan is on social media. He's on LinkedIn. Of course, you can go, as he said, to the TotalCX.com website. His email is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Many of our dealers at the Fixed Ops Roundtable are using this technology right now. All right, so you don't want to be without, okay, what's out there and what's working today and constantly getting better and smarter. And Jonathan, I want to thank you, first of all, for this great information on CX and CX mindset, okay, and what we need to be successful. And again, for putting the customer first, because I think that's what every dealership wants and needs to do.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, Ted.
Jonathan, great information. TotalCX.com, everybody. Jonathan Jackson here today with us at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
This is our scanning system, which consists of a touchscreen computer and a 60 page per minute duplex scanner. I am going to show you how to scan a typical repair order. Bring up our dealer scanning application. Click on Repair Orders. Place the repair order in the scanner and click on the Scan Repair Order. This will start the scanning process, which will scan all pages front and back and automatically read the repair order number. After scanning is complete, the repair order number will be shown on the screen. For this example, the repair order number is 995957. You can now confirm that the repair order number matches the number on the screen. Then click OK, which converts the scanned pages into a PDF document and saves them into the system. To view the scanned pages, simply click on the View button, which will bring up the repair order where you can easily view and navigate all the scanned pages. You also have the ability to scan small items like battery test printouts or service coupons. Simply load the small items into the scanner and click the Scan Other Items button, and they will be scanned and added to the existing repair order. You can view the scanned items by clicking the View button where you can see the items at the bottom of the PDF document. It is simple. Now, I am going to show you how service advisors, accounting, warranty administrators, parts department, and technicians can easily retrieve the scanned repair orders. Each person will have the repair order viewer on their computer, which allows them to look up repair orders by repair order number, VIN number, or customer name. For this example, we will use the repair order we just scanned, which is 995957. Click Search. The scanned record will be shown, and by clicking on the scanned date, you can see the contents of the scanned repair order. Here, users can print or download or email the repair order document. It is simple. How much does this cost? You don't need to contact us or email us for a quote. We'll give it to you right now. $500 installation fee. $500 monthly service fee per unit. Unlimited scanning. No long-term contract, just month to month. Dealer scanning. Organize your dealership documents, saving time, space, and money.
Make a breakthrough with Brooke.ai in our next segment featuring Tiffany Peeler and Sarah Vantine.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine, and we have a special guest with us today, Tiffany Peeler, Vice President of Sales at Brooke.ai. Tiffany, welcome to the Roundtable.
Hi, Sarah. Thank you so much. Excited to be back.
Well, Tiffany, I know a lot of our audience today has heard of Brooke.ai, but in case we have some new audience members that haven't heard of Brooke, what is Brooke.ai?
Yeah, that's a great place to start. Well, Brooke.ai is a service scheduling assistant, actually a digital voice assistant that is capable of answering the inbound service calls, having an intelligent conversation with the customer, and ultimately booking service appointments directly into either the scheduling tool or into the DMS that we're integrating with, depending on the store.
Well, Tiffany, this is a very timely conversation. I'm so excited to get to unpack some of the topics of conversation we're going to be discussing today. You know, first is just an introduction. Could you tell us a little bit about some of the latest developments at Brooke.ai and what makes these new updates so exciting for users?
Yeah, we're super exciting to be on the roundtable to share our updates on the application that we've been working on. We've recently launched what we're calling Brooke 2.0. We have updated our application to add a lot of new features and functionalities. Some of those being more basic, like being able to greet the customer by name whenever they call in. Brooke's actually able to pull that customer's record, select the appropriate record that the customer has, because as you probably understand, there are often duplicate records or maybe several vehicles associated with one record. So our dev team has spent a lot of time really perfecting our tool's ability to disambiguate some of the maybe not so great data that exists in the scheduling tools or DMSs so that we can book appointments correctly. So now what we've done is we're able to pull the appropriate record. We're able to select the appropriate vehicle based on a lot of different logic that we have an understanding of because of our time working in retail, automotive, and training and consulting on how to develop successful service BDCs. We've taken that logic and put it into our application. So simple changes have been made to Brooke 2.0, like greeting the customer by name and confirming the vehicle that they're calling in on, and always selecting the right vehicles and right records based on a lot of that logic I mentioned. A lot of other features that have been added are things like being able to take care of the customer during that call and do what the dealership needs us to do based on their rules and their policies and scheduling parameters. For example, one thing that seems really small but can have a pretty big impact on the customer's experience is being able to transfer by service option or transportation option. So now when the customer calls in at first mention of a particular service, like recall, for example, the customer calls in and says, hey, I need to schedule a recall appointment, then we're able to recognize that and transfer that immediately to the appropriate department or phone line that the store is designated. If they don't have remedies, if there's a big recall that was just announced and there is no remedy or parts available, we're able to recognize that early on in the conversation and transfer the customer. Again, this is something that seems pretty small, but with other digital voice technologies that exist in the space, they're either not able to transfer the caller at all, or they're not able to transfer by transportation option or service, meaning that the customer has to go through the entire call and not be transferred until the end. Whereas now we're able to transfer that customer immediately. So we're seeing that it shortens the call time, it transfers the customers exactly where they need to go. And we're seeing a lot of customer experiences and CSI scores improve by adding that functionality to our technology. So that's another small example of what we've been focused on in developing our application. Some of the other more fun features that have been released are things that improve not only the customer's experience, but I think the employee's experience that's using it behind the Brooke application. Our goal is to empower the team members in stores to take better care of their customers and to focus on more complex tasks. And with Brooke, we're able to transfer customers to the BDCs or call centers when they need to speak to someone or want to speak to someone. So we've recently added also our whisper functionality, which is very exciting. We can whisper specific information that the dealership selects to the people that are going to be taking the calls behind Brooke.ai, like customer name or the reason that they transferred. So I know that you have run successful service BDCs, so you kind of understand the importance of if the customer has talked to somebody or something and then be transferred, picking up where that customer left off is empowering for the employee, but also a better experience for the consumer on the other end. And so now that's what Brooke is doing, kind of sharing that information with the employee that we're transferring calls to. Like, you know, Sarah transferred because she wants to come in on Saturday, or a no availability issue, for example. So that's been really wonderful. And we've gotten a lot of great feedback from our larger groups that are using Brooke, that have these sophisticated call centers, being able to empower their team members with sharing why the call was transferred.
Well, Tiffany, all of those pieces that you just mentioned are huge efficiencies. And as you mentioned, it sounds like if the store has a BDC, or if they have just a service advisor or the service drive answering the phone call, in either situation, it just really helps the functionality of getting that customer the right information, or getting the right information to the dealership employee when the time comes. And so that's huge. And I want to go back a second, because you talked about your dev team and you talked about some of the enhancements that they've been working on with this technological evolution. So from the perspective of the technology itself, how has Brooke.ai evolved in terms of the technology since its original inception? And what are the key drivers of that evolution?
Yeah, I love this question, and I'm excited to have the opportunity to talk about this, because I think it's very important. There's a lot of service managers, there's a lot of people out there right now that are searching for tools like this, and having an understanding of how your application that you're choosing interacts with your data or database is supremely important. So what our dev team has been focused on over the course of about the last year has been perfecting how we integrate with all of the different tools that we integrate with, and perfecting how we book the service appointment and how we interact with the customer over the phone. Meaning, we need to book service appointments correctly, so that they don't disrupt the workflow in the lane or in the BDC. And that has really been our focus. So we've added features and functionalities, like some of the ones that I've mentioned. I have a couple of big ones that I'll talk about in a second. We've added additional integration partners over the course of the last year. However, a big part of what we focused on is building logic into our application that allows us to ensure that we are following scheduling parameters and booking appointments the right way. For example, we have to ensure that if a dealership has two shops, that we're not booking oil change opcodes to the main shop, or not booking a general diag to the quick shop, for all the obvious reasons that can create a mess in the lane. We also want to make sure that we're not overbooking the waiting room, and that we're ensuring that the flow of traffic is maintained, and only booking the number of waiters that they allow at any given time, or scheduling the appropriate transportation option that the customer requested. Our dev team has been focused on building in the logic that has to be written differently for each tool that you integrate with, building in the logic into each separate integration that allows us to ensure that the appointments that are being booked by Brooke.ai are accurate, that we are able to select the appropriate opcodes, assign them to the appropriate team, regardless of some of the dirty data that can exist in a DMS system, and be able to push the right notes into those appointment records so that the service advisors and BDC teams can be successful. It seems like a small thing, but because each scheduling tool or DMS system works differently and has a different API, we have to adjust how our logic is written so that we can follow all of those rules and do them correctly. I think this is a really big piece that a lot of stores that are looking into tools like this sometimes don't consider. And I think it's a real differentiator for Brooke.ai because of our experience at Proactive Dealer Solutions, working in retail, because of our knowledge of the industry and fixed operations, we're able to write the logic that's needed for us to do all of those things correctly. while still maintaining a superb, customer experience over the phone with Brooke and the consumer, right? So that's kind of the biggest piece. And that can really take a lot of work, again, because every tool works a little different. So following their rules and changing the logic ever so slightly to make sure that we're doing things right, so that we can handle those routine calls without creating any sort of distraction or difficulty for advisors or BDCs has been, it's been a lot. It's been a big job. It's been a lot of work. But we've learned a lot, and we're able to move a lot faster now that we know the intricacies of all of these platforms that we're integrating with.
Well, and all of that is so huge. And I think it's so important to call those elements out because it is complex. All of that logic, all of the different ways that a shop capacity can be set up with waiter and transportation. And as you mentioned, all these different systems that might be a different scheduler, different DMS, all of these components and threads coming together, it impacts that customer experience.
Absolutely.
And speaking of that customer experience, so these enhancements, you touched on CSI and seeing that improvement of CSI. In what ways do these new features enhance that overall customer experience?
Well, I think some of the features allow us to empower the employees to more easily be able to do their job. So, and that's our goal with this application. Our goal was never to eliminate people. Our goal was to make more time for people to focus on the more complex tasks. So another feature that we've added, so that the whisper functionality is one of those things. Brooke can take the call if the customer needs or wants to be transferred due to a request, them requesting a live agent, or due to a business rule that the store has put in place that requires a transfer on that call. Then we can empower the employee behind the Brooke.ai application that's taking that call with an understanding of where are they now in this call process, who am I answering the phone for, and why did they transfer over to me? So I can, pick up where they left off. And that's improving the customer's experience with Brooke and then also with the store as well. Another feature that we've released as a part of 2.0 is our take a message feature. I'm very excited about this. A lot of our stores are very excited about this. This is where Brooke is answering a phone call if the customer needs or wants to be transferred to any department, parts. They ask to speak to an advisor, check on the status, if they're going to a call center because they have a question or required to be transferred. When we transfer that call, Brooke is actually able now to detect that a voicemail has picked up. And if a voicemail answers, then Brooke will actually pull that call back and let the customer know that all lines are busy. Please leave a message. We'll return your call as soon as possible. And we take that message that the customer leaves and we actually send that to the people they left it for, either via email or by text message. So we can empower these advisors with any status check requests via text or via email. They get the caller's phone number, they get the customer's name, what they're asking for specifically or what they left on the voicemail, and they can call them right back. The same is true for the BDCs. If we transfer anybody, regardless of time of day, and we leave messages, we'll capture that, convert that into text, and send it out via email, which is just an easy way for people to kind of understand who's leaving messages and how can I get back to them quickly, right? Ultimately, improving the CSI and getting customers the answers to their questions or their requests as quickly as possible.
Well, and all of these pieces together, it sounds like y'all have been very thoughtful in how all of these pieces flow together to improve the operational efficiency for a dealership. And, speaking into that operational efficiency, what are some other ways that Brooke.ai's advancements contribute to this for the overall business? I know you touched on some of the pieces with parts and service and BDC, but are there other ways that it impacts it?
I think there are other, outside of being able to handle more with the same amount of people, right? That's the intention of Brooke, is saving time and being able to handle more calls with the same number of team members, whether you have a BDC or not. Excuse me. Our other goal is to not only maintain or increase appointment volumes for stores, but also being able to increase services that the customers book. So one of those things being our upsell functionality. Now, our upsell functionality allows Brooke to recognize if the customer's vehicle is due for mileage-based maintenance or if that vehicle has an open recall. And if either is true, we can say to the customer, our records indicate that your vehicle is either due for mileage-based maintenance or has an open recall. Would you like to add that to the appointment? And the dealership's able to opt into what services they want Brooke to upsell. This feature has been available for some time now. However, with our 2.0 release, we've been able to add to it. So now when the customer asks what's included, then Brooke is able to summarize, regardless of what service it is that the manufacturer says the vehicle is due for. Brooke is able to summarize the services that are included in that mileage-based maintenance package and inform the customer on what's going to be done to the vehicle, as well as give the pricing of that specific service if the dealer opts into it or not, allowing us to recommend services to the customer. And being able to provide them a summary of what's included in them has allowed us to increase our opt-in rate for customers that are offered. So I think that's just another example of how we're optimizing efficiencies. Not only are we answering the call, capturing all the calls, improving answer rates, decreasing hold times, handling the calls with less people potentially, but we're also now ensuring that every time the customer is due for either service, we're mentioning that and offering that to the customer. So adding the ability to summarize those services has helped us increase our take rate on customers that are offered that. So I think that's just another small example of improved efficiencies.
Tiffany, there's been a lot that's come out in Brooke 2.0. And so this is really exciting to hear all of these enhancements and all of the ways that it increases the efficiencies and how the customer experience is had during that appointment scheduling process. You know, looking forward as we approach, the last half of the year, into May, later in May, and then of course June, I'm sure a lot of people are wondering, okay, so these enhancements have come out. These are really amazing, but what does the future hold? So looking forward, what can dealers and users of Brooke.ai expect in terms of some of the new features and capabilities?
Well, one thing that I haven't mentioned so far that is available now, but was just released, is our French, Canadian, and Spanish capabilities. So that's something that a lot of our dealers have been asking us for. Today, we have a little over 500 stores that are using Brooke.ai. Everyone wants to be able to handle Spanish callers. We now have that ability. So Brooke is able to answer the call if the customer is speaking in Spanish. We actually can speak to the customer back in Spanish, schedule the appointment, and ultimately push the notes back into the DMS or scheduling tool in English. So that's something that's been very exciting, that has just launched, that we're super excited to announce here and share with everyone who's watching. Some of the functionalities that we're looking to add down the road are SMS, so the ability to add texting to the application, being able to give a store a textable phone line that they can put on their website. Customers don't have to just visit your website and book online. They can actually just text you, and Brooke will be able to book that appointment in a conversational format. We'll also be adding SMS functionalities around things like hangups. If we have a customer that hangs up, we'll be able to automatically text that person. And then we have some other functionalities down the road that we've planned out, like looking at receptionist functionalities and potentially even moving into variable ops down the line. Right now, however, we want to continue to build out the service appointment booking functionality, and adding things like SMS will allow us to maybe relaunch outbound in the near future as well. So stay tuned.
Lots of exciting things, Tiffany, coming up, and looking forward to hearing more as those developments continue to improve. In the last few minutes that we have, I know that there's been another really exciting announcement that y'all recently shared. So talk to us a little bit more about some of the partnerships that Brooke.ai has just announced.
Yeah, so we've been hard at work here working with a lot of our OEM partners. We are thrilled to have a partnership with Stellantis, where Brooke.ai is available in the dealer market center, and we can provide consolidated billing to Stellantis dealers. We have special pricing for them that we've worked up alongside of Stellantis, and actually completed our integration with DealerFX Y-Advisor. Part of our goal there was to be able to provide all of our Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram stores on Y-Advisor in the market center, our application and special integration with that tool. So we're very excited to make that announcement. It's been a wonderful experience working with the Stellantis team as well as the DealerFX Y-Advisor team. So we're excited for that partnership and to see where it goes. As for now, we're the only digital voice assistant available for integration with DealerFX. So that's been wonderful. Another big one for us has been Nissan. The Nissan endorsement of Brooke has been fantastic. We are seeing our top performing brand on Brooke for some reason is Nissan stores. We see appointment set rates with Brooke.ai upwards of 65 to 70% of customers are booking successfully with our digital voice assistant. So we're very excited for the Nissan endorsement. We went through a pretty rigorous RFI process where we were able to answer all their questions around data security and compliance and integrations, a lot of detail on our roadmap, and they have been out there sharing with their stores the results that they're sharing with their dealers, the results that the Nissan stores that are on board have seen. And so we have a lot of Nissan stores that are partnering with us right now, which has been wonderful. Similarly, we have an endorsement with Volkswagen as well. So putting together some case studies and getting out there to share them with other Volkswagen dealers so they can see, the positive impact that our application is having on their stores as well. So a lot of exciting stuff going on around here.
Tiffany, I know a lot of exciting things that we've talked about today on Brooke.ai. And so I'm sure if our audience wants to find out more information, what's the best way for them to get in touch?
Well, they can visit us at Brooke.ai. Online, they can visit us at proactivedealersolutions.com as well, or just reach out to us directly at inquiries@proactivedealersolutions.com. Or give us a call at the number that I believe is going to be running across the bottom of the screen. Give us a call there and learn more. We'd love the opportunity to share a demo and share some of the results that our stores are seeing once they launch technology like this.
Tiffany Peeler, Vice President of Sales with Brooke.ai, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Tiffany, it's always a pleasure to get to talk to you and hear more about the exciting things that Brooke.ai is doing for the industry. So thank you for being on today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me.
Tiffany Peeler, Vice President of Sales, Brooke.ai. Stay tuned. We have some more segments coming up next.
out with the pros. Hear from some of retail's best on the AutoFi Pro Panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. A great honor to present this panel with a case study on bringing service knowledge to the F&I department. A lot of good friends on this panel, starting with Tully Williams, the Fixed Operations Director at the NILO Company. His counterpart is on here, Dennis Gingrich, also from the NILO Company, and also a double agent as well today, representing AutoFi Pro. Great honor to welcome Scott Russo, General Manager at NILO VW. We met in person last year at the pilot. Scott, welcome. Happy to have you on the panel. And to welcome back David Gwinn, also with the NILO Company. This is an all NILO panel, okay, with David's great perspective on both service and F&I. Everybody, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks for having us. Thank you.
All right. So, Dennis, a while back, you suggested this panel with this topic. Tully's been talking about bringing F&I and service and parts together. Dennis, give us an overview, umbrella of what we're going to be talking about today.
You know, really this came about, it's really all Scott Russo's fault over at NILO Volkswagen. You know, and I want to start out just giving him a shout out. You know, he's been with the NILO Company for a while now, longer than I have, as a matter of fact, but you know, his career growth from service advisor to service manager, and most recently getting the nod to become the general manager for NILO Volkswagen is just really exciting. You know, for us, I'm sure he might think it's even more exciting personally, but you know, after coming out of fixed operations, he's been to a lot of the sales and F&I meetings we've had, and he just brings so many different views of, you know, and outlooks that just add so much to the conversation. And, you know, it really got me thinking, like, what could finance use from service? What knowledge do they need to be more effective to not only, you know, do a great job in F&I, but really enhance that customer experience when they go see Scott and Tully to get their car maintained or repaired? And so that's really the genesis of this whole thing.
And Scott, if I may, and again, welcome. You've also got some great aftermarket experience as well. Maybe if you want to share a little bit of that with the audience today and tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. So yeah, I've fixed things since I was a kid. So I grew up on that side. I've managed aftermarket repair facilities, Midas mufflers, parts houses. So I've been accustomed to managing people. We're in the people business, and all things cars. So the top of the crop is the dealership level. So my ultimate goal was to get here, and now I'm here and enjoy the ride.
And Scott, thank you also for your military service as well. Very much appreciated.
Of course, thanks. Thank you.
So Scott, let's start with you on the panel today. After attending the F&I training sessions and sharing a tremendous amount of knowledge with the group, where do you feel fixed operations can enhance a store's F&I presence in the F&I office or in the box, as they say?
Well, so in the meeting that we had in meetings, I learned while the finance departments know so much about, they know what they're selling. They're selling paper, they're selling protection. The customers don't always know exactly, you know, a year later when they come to get their car serviced, they don't know exactly what they had their hands on. But if a service advisor and a finance manager, they're both pros at what they do. A service advisor knows exactly how to handle an extended warranty situation or a windshield claim. And a finance manager knows exactly how to present it to the customer. Those two people sit in a room, which we've started integrating here, and just talk about it. They ask each other questions. That was, at first I started to, you know, try to plan out a way they can learn, but the best way was just the advisor tells a story of a way a customer was saved from an extended warranty claim. The F&I now has a way better presentation of the other side. It's not just a piece of paper or a contract. It's real life stories. And they can just use that to help spin their product to just have a lot more, real world knowledge about it. And same with the advisor asking the finance managers, there's a lot of objection to overcome in the box, as well as in the service advisor's desk. So while a lot of advisors aren't salespeople, so, as far they're mechanically inclined, they have learned a lot from our finance guys when it comes to objections, overcoming, working around, trading this for this on the repair side. So it's been so far a good success so far.
David, let me get your perspective because you've walked in both of those shoes, okay, on the service side and now on the F&I side. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I have a lot more respect for the full operation than a lot of people that I've met in the business. And my number one job that I try to do is to make sure that everyone in the store understands that they're all our customers. But the big thing is if we don't have communication between each other, we're not benefiting our customers, right? So I would say the Nilo company, F&I Pro, United Car Care have done a great job on giving us literally pamphlets that we can put into the customer's vehicle with all the information of what they purchased, which makes things 10 times cleaner for all service advisors, even if it's not our service advisors. And I think that relationship from service to sales has to be growing daily to be able to let them know the knowledge of what we're selling, what customers are going to be expecting. But not only that, letting the people that are in the box understand how much pressure is going on in service. You have to have a respect for time, right? Not only for our customers, but these service advisors. They're dealing with 10 to 15 customers. They're making phone calls. They're on hold for hours and a half sometime. It's overwhelming. So anything that we can do to make things cleaner, it not only benefits them, but it benefits our customers. And that's what we're really in this for.
David, is this a good best practice for other dealers to consider doing, bringing
this is a good best practice for any dealer, even if it's a small lot. When it comes to your customers, anytime that it comes to fixed ops, that's where it's at, right? And we want that to thrive. We want every customer to go in there to go, this is the only place I want to go because I've been treated right. And everything's tied to a survey, from the sales process to the service process. So any way that we can communicate better to make things better for our customers, it's going to make things greater for our stores.
Tully, you talk a lot about repeat and referral business. Oh, Larry Sherman may say you talk a lot. But, I know repeat and referral, okay, are at the top, okay, next to the hours. How can fixed operations enhance the store's F&I presence, keeping that loyalty and retention in mind?
Well, retention is the king, as we are in the repeat and referral business. That's the reason why I think F&I and the service department have to be hand in hand and be a great partner, because, you figure out we have these brands that, sometimes break. And if we do not provide great products, right, it starts with a great product. You can't sell bad products. It starts with a great product that Dennis has selected. The next thing is that the F&I person, with the writer's help to give him ideas, sells that first service contract. Because we're in the repeat and referral business, the next thing is that if we do a great job using that product when they come in for service, if it's maintenance or repair, what happens then is the next time they buy the car, guess what they want? I'll take what I got last time, right? I want that windshield because it broke multiple times. I want to have a service contract to protect my investment so I have a better trade-in for my next car. What we're trying to do is build that loyalty to the dealership and build that retention. That's what it's all about. That's the reason why it's so important for F&I and the service department to be together.
Dennis, I don't know if this was your idea or Tully's idea or a shared idea, but your thoughts on how fixed operations can enhance F&I?
I think it just goes to overall, training of everybody that touches that product. You have salespeople talk about them. They plant seeds, early in the sales process. Finance managers firm it all up and really they really make the commitment that service has to live up to, right? And if we don't do a good job in the front of the house, it turns into problems later. And then I think the training and support from, F&I providers, like myself and David, I know the expectation is we want to spend time, obviously, in sales and finance and make sure they're representing what they're selling appropriately. So it's good for service. But the other part of that is making sure the ladies and gentlemen that work in the service department have all the support, the phone numbers, and they know what's being said up front so they can meet that expectation. Because when that part doesn't go right, that's when we have problems. And I've got an example I'm privy to. I know of a contract holder. They spent over $10,000 on F&I products on the vehicle, and they ended up taking their vehicle to a repair facility, not where they bought it, just they lived out of the network, and it didn't go well. And after looking into it and figuring out, what I learned was it was about the most straightforward tire and wheel claim I had ever seen. Like, literally, the rim was crunched and there was some nasty out of the sidewall. The contract holder literally had the picture, and they took it to this repair facility, and the repair facility's like, I don't know what to do. I've never seen anything that covered something like this. Customer ends up paying it. Long story short, something where a customer could have been incredibly happy with what they purchased. The service department where they took it probably could have made a few bucks. Didn't get handled because they didn't know who to call, right? And I think that's where we, as service people, and I've never worked in service, but I know, being a finance guy, I want my service department to be in tune with everything I'm doing, because I set the expectation up front, and if they don't know how to make it a reality at the tail end, that's when we get cancellations, and it costs everybody on this call and in the industry a lot of money and repeat referral business, as Tully likes to say.
Can I chime in on that? I think the issue happens too is that when you sell something that doesn't work, right? And that's the key issue. A quality contract must be there, because the service writer sees that customer once or twice a year. And what is the service writer going to tell the customer after they bought this product that doesn't work? Oh, you bought that product. Okay, that doesn't look good for the dealership, right? And then for the store. So the goal is that we have to make sure service is bought in, knowing that this is you bought that product, no problem. That's what we want. So then they ensure that they're getting a great quality, they ensure their car is going to get fixed, and we drive that repeat referral business.
I'd like to chime in on that. That's one of the things to where, customer-wise, every time a customer sits down in front of me, every time, if they're not buying product or they are buying product, I give them that personability to be able to reach out to me at any time they're taking it to our store, someone else's store. I want to be involved if there's an issue. And I always want to be involved if there's not an issue, right? So the personability with your customer, making sure that they're taken care of. We've had claims to where they were, let's just say they're in San Diego at a similar dealer, and they go, hey, you don't have no coverage. Well, in a short period of time, you might not think that, but yet at the same time, if they actually did a little due diligence, they would see that they have the coverage that would actually overwhelm their service department, because they're going to get paid the way that they should be. And it all leads back to taking care of the customer, right? So
it sure does. Scott, let me come to you. Scott, what do you think service needs from F&I departments and F&I providers to better service customers and improve the customer's perception of those protection products? What do you think?
Well, I know as an advisor, when you'd have a customer sit in front of you and they don't remember what they have, or what they do have is, these long drawn out contracts with lots of, tiny words. And while we're in development of, having a F&I product that can pull up, what everybody has. I mean, going to old school, what we create is just a menu, just like a specials menu. So it's got, easy to read. The customer's got all the legal jargon, but at the end of the day, the finance manager checks off, real simple here. Oh, you have this, or put an X through this, you didn't get windshield. It's another opportunity for them when they see it get crossed out, I don't have that, to get a second sale. But this, they tell them, it's even got a QR code to scan for a service appointment. They keep this in their glove box, and you tell them, whenever you go to a service department, whether it's ours or somewhere, far away, just bring this into the service office, and the service advisor will know what to do. It's just got the name, and the phone number. That's all a service advisor needs. They can take it and run from there. It's also got the service department's
on a vacation or traveling, or they live out of the area. If you sell them a bad product, guess what happens? It will be a chargeback 100% of the time. So we want to make it easy for the customer to know what they bought, and then they make it easy for the service advisor to make that claim and get a yes answer and get it taken care of for them.
David Gwinn, your thoughts on what you think service needs from F&I departments to better service customers and improve the perception?
I mean, definitely the pamphlets work big time. I think whenever it comes down to knowing your customer, I know it's a lot. It's hard for people to remember people from 3 to 4 or 5 years ago, but the reality is having that personal relationship with these customers to where they could reach out to you when they do have a problem. I tell you, my phone rings more than we like to talk about, but all my customers are normally happy because we treat them the right way. I think back to the basics whenever it comes to service and financing and even sales, we have to have that relationship where we're talking to each other every day. We have to have that communication to where it's like, if you go over and see a service department person, most of the time they're either on their phone or they're running with their head cut off because they got so much going on. You know what I mean? They're over there selling hours. That's their job. So whenever we communicate with them, we want to make sure that we slow down whenever we catch them at a good time, and then make sure that you have the relationship so they can come to you. A lot of time with finance, they keep the door closed. Nobody has time to talk to anybody. We have downtime. Use that downtime to benefit you. You go over and talk to a service advisor, drop off a Red Bull or a cup of coffee and be like, hey, how's your day going? They're going to remember it when someone rolls in right at that 40,000 mile marker, right whenever the warranties get ready to come up. They're going to remember to come to you. And that's how we keep that relationship. But we need to remember that we have to treat them the same way. Whenever they come to us, even though that they have a portal to look something up and they need something from us, go above and beyond. Make it happen for those guys because they're doing stuff for you 90% of the time you don't even know that they're doing. So time is valuable at all times. So anytime that we can help them, they will help us.
Dennis Gingrich, this is very unique because you all represent a great dealer group, Nilo Company, 100 plus years in business. Congratulations. But Dennis, you've also got your own company, AutoFi Pro. Tell us about that and how all that works, because not too many companies can say that they're also in the dealership business as well.
Yeah, no, it's definitely unique. I would say it's, maybe not for everybody, but I think it works because, a lot of people or companies that work in this space, and I worked for one for 8 years. I had a great 8 years, and I can't thank them enough for everything I learned while I was there. And, we made a change internally just to get some, added flexibility and, better cater to our customers. And during that process, having a background in there that, we opened a dealer services company. So we partner with other retail automotive groups and dealerships around the country to, provide great F&I products, right? To make sure that service has a good experience, the customer has a good experience. And we also take care of dealers' reinsurance needs. And we back it all up with training, not by what I would call studio gangsters, but men and women that are actually doing the job every day. So when David shows up at one of our client stores, he just did it yesterday, right? So he can speak to what's going on in our market right now and give the training. And so far we've had some good growth and some success, and we really do a good job with our accounts, helping them make more money in their F&I department, which is part of it, but also making sure those customers have a great experience and fix operations, because we do a lot of training, and I'll do training calls with F&I managers all over the country. Third Thursday every month I do a free one, but I always get the same question: how do you handle the objection? Well, I had this product, but it didn't work. The answer to that question is, well, you got to set appropriate expectations out of the front and make sure your service department knows how to handle it when they actually need it. And we wouldn't have to train around that objection, right? I'm all about getting ahead of handling it before it becomes an objection. But, I think that's really key. And I think the best way to do it, and what we learned when Scott started coming to these finance meetings, he just has this take, when they have a maintenance policy, what are the service advisors looking for? Are they looking for door dings and curved wheels and other issues that could be addressed in that same service visit? Which for me, I'm not mechanically inclined. When I show up and pass my truck over to a service advisor, just fix the damn thing and tell me what I need to do, right? And if there's any policies that can get covered under, like, bring it up, buddy. And that's what I'd learned from Scott. I'd love to hear Scott's take on all that, because I think it was valuable information in that meeting.
It was, yeah, I think it was new information that when you come in for your prepaid maintenance, we're also looking for oil leaks and things that you weren't aware of. And we are happy to call your extended warranty, get these covered, get your car back to 100% without, it doesn't have to be broken down on the side of the road. It can be your everyday, dealer visit becomes a fix that didn't come out of your pocket.
Yeah. Well, and I think what was neat about that conversation, Ted, like, I think a lot of guys were like, oh yeah, we know that, right? But I do know this, that the group of F&I managers there, because I'm fortunate to lead the training and have a good time, but all I saw is heads and pens go down to paper and writing notes about that. And it's something that gets forgotten that I think needs to be part of the F&I pitch to help us sell more of those products.
Dennis, you're doing these training sessions. How often? When do they happen?
The third Thursday of every month at 8 Pacific. It's really early for an F&I guy. Normally we don't roll out of bed until 10, as Tully would tell you, but it is early. I will say that.
T schedule.
Tuesday through Thursday, 10 to 2. That's what I'm striving for, Ted.
David Gwinn, when somebody at a dealership asks you, when you're representing AutoFi Pro, when's the last time you were in a dealership working? You can truly say yesterday or the other day or last week, because you,
or even today,
Dennis said, you're a double agent.
Yeah, or even the same day, right? So, I mean, I remember sitting in F&I trainings when I first started, and I was excited in the beginning, and then later on down the road, it's like, okay, well, this guy doesn't even run paper, and you know what I mean? You start thinking like, oh, what's he going to show me? Well, the reality is we have to be open-minded. We have to get training. If we're not training every day, we're not learning, right? So with these opportunities, we're sitting down with people that have been doing it for years. And the best part is we don't need to do it in front of people. We could do it one-on-one. We could do it however it makes them comfortable. But the reality is we want people to understand there's always a different way to go about something. Your way will never be my way. My way will never be your way. But we can always come up with a different way to make someone happy. And like I tell all these guys, I'm not here to sell anybody anything. I'm here to guide them for their future, right? So my thing is, whenever it comes to a service department, I tell these guys, even if you're not buying anything from me, you're buying a car under warranty, do yourself a favor. I understand it's a couple more dollars to take it into the dealership, but they are hunting for something to be wrong with this car. And it's not for money. It's to make sure this vehicle is safe for you and your family. That's their job. So let them do their job, right? But whenever you do have the convenience of having a maintenance plan, a Protection Plus that takes care of your brakes and rotors and all these things, the best part for the customer is no surprises. There's no inflation. Parts are not going up throughout the years. But whenever they come in, the service advisor smiles from ear to ear because they don't have to ask them for money. So the customers get a kick out of it. The service advisors love it. But we build that relationship. And like I tell all my customers, the reason why these were provided to you, windshield, tire and wheel, all these different things, is to make your life easier. We want to retain you as a customer. We don't want to lose you. Most of the people that don't have these, they take their car in, they have a frustrating time, and guess what? They move on to a different type of vehicle, and they end up buying the products they didn't get the first time.
David, let me come back as a follow-up and ask you, what could a service advisor, specifically one without, let's say, car sales and finance experience, what can they learn from the F&I manager from your perspective?
For my perspective, I mean, the thing is you need to know what's going on, right? You need to know what's going on in sales in general. So I always try to tell like any sales department, any service department, let's do some get together dinners. We need to know each other as a department, right? And that's the thing is you don't want to take someone that's a service advisor that's never really had anything to do with auto stuff and not have them be out in the shop and not have them get with their technicians and not have them know the lot porters. We have to have a fine respect for every single person in the dealership, because the reality is your lot porter could be your GM.
That's right. Well, Scott Russo, your thoughts on this?
I totally agree with David. Like at this store here, we all get along, we all interact, and we're all friendly, but we don't really know how each other's departments work, when it comes down to the fundamentals. So what we've been doing is just light training, like this is how a lease works. That's how I'm giving my service team this basic information. So any tidbits, any nuggets from there can be better used to pass forward to the customers, telling the salespeople, hey, if you pick up a call, yes, you can drop a car off at 10 o'clock at night in the service drive. That's okay. Here's where the lockbox is. That way everyone has all the information about the whole property, and they can better answer and better assist our customers. And while we work well together, most departments don't know exactly how each other works. And so far it's been really beneficial ever since we started giving sales classes to the advisors. Now they're selling cars to the service customers, and that's working. It all intertwines so well. So I highly recommend stores just kind of intermingle, like David's saying, and just talk about what you do and how it's done.
Good news. Tully Williams.
Isn't that great to hear that? I mean, the biggest thing is that, you look at this, when Henry Ford first bought his car, the F&I department and the service department started hating each other day one, right? Right. And the sales manager says, you're taking advantage of me. This was happening in the 30s. And when you look at what happens today, is that they realize both sides need each other to be successful, to drive retention, which drives more car sales and more product sales and more hours and more part sales. And selling great products does that, because selling bad products does not work. Having great relationships with the sales and service works. It drives more people back to the store to tell their friends and family to buy a car from the Nilo family. That's the edge. That's what makes it work. And when you see it happen here, that's the reason why we have great success, that we can sell service contracts at a high percentage to help customers make sure their cars are protected and they get yes answers, right? You got to remember, the best customer to have is a warranty or a service contract. You know why? Because the answer is yes when the car is broken. That is
they don't ask for discounts.
The correct answer. And it makes it easy, because what do we all want? Your car is fixed and it didn't cost you anything, right? So bringing everything together, bringing the sales department and the fixed ops department together, and really, when it really comes down, is the F&I department and the service writer relationship is super strong. And it's great to see Scott and what he's done at his store to be a great success.
Yeah. Dennis, I'll give you the last word.
It's amazing as we're sitting here talking as a group. Really, all we're asking is other stores, like, talk with one another, get in a room and talk about other people's business. Maybe you need someone to come in and moderate the conversation, but God, communicate. That's all we need to do. Communicate, and everybody wins. The customer, finance manager, service, everybody, right? And dude, I wish there was some magical potion, but I think that's it. It's communicate across departments, and things will get better.
So Dennis, if I'm watching this, if I'm a dealer or general manager, and David, I'll come back to you in just a moment. Dennis, if I'm watching this and, I want to look at my options and see what a company like the Nilo company, very well respected for a long time, can do to help enhance what I'm doing on the F&I side. Dennis, they can reach out to you.
Yeah, they can give me a ring. My cell phone's 916-899-7139. You can text it or you can shoot me an email at dennisg@AutoFi Pro. Happy to take a call, talk, and I appreciate that, Ted, and I appreciate what you do for our great industry.
David, I interrupted you.
I was just going to say, let's not forget about our due bill coordinators that are working over in service for us.
Oh,
they're taking care of our new car customers. They are setting up appointments to where this guy is going to be. When you set them up with a service advisor, you let them know, hey, this is the person that's going to be taking care of you from now on. So, I mean, like I said before, just everyone in the store has their job. The due bill coordinators are just as important as all of us, right? And but having a communication between them with the service advisors and with the F&I guys, I mean, that's part of you. You know what I mean? Making sure that every customer is taken care of and making sure the money's taken care of. So it's a big thing. But thank you so much for the opportunity.
I want to thank our great panel, Scott Russo, David Gwinn, Tully Williams, and Dennis Gingrich from the Nilo Company and from AutoFi Pro, leading the way here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
At AutoFi Pro, we understand the bigger picture. Your F&I department is the heartbeat of your dealership. Your service department, it's the gut health, but that's another story. If your F&I department is underperforming, it can send shockwaves throughout your entire business. Like the smell of fish when Daryl uses the microwave. That's why we take a holistic approach. Starting with the training and development of your people, backed by proven sales processes, we keep your entire dealership in focus. See what we did there? So what is it that sets us apart? It's not our donut delivery service, though that does help. It's our people. We're not your average F&I provider. We're right there in the trenches every day, just like you. We've walked the showroom floor. We've closed the deals in today's automotive landscape, all while driving a culture of compliance. Our team is rooted in today's automotive reality. We haven't just read about the changes, we're living them, and we know that yesterday's experience won't shape tomorrow's success. On average, AutoFi Pro business partners see a 64% lift in their PVR. Do you know what your current fee structure looks like? We do, and those waters couldn't be muddier. That's why we keep it simple with just one single fee. Yeah, that's right, one fee. Go see how many fees you're paying right now. We'll wait. Is your current F&I provider delivering the results your dealership deserves? Learn how AutoFi Pro can revolutionize your F&I department. Visit us at AutoFiPro.com.
Today's event was off the charts. Remember to vote for the Best Practice Awards and help decide who's the Fresh Prince of Fixed Ops. Awards will be announced at the end of the event, so make sure to stick around until the very end. Until then, we'll see you tomorrow for day 3 of the Fixed Ops Roundtable's 90's Rewind event.